All right. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, March 4th, 2014 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. In front of us this evening, we have a form of meeting agenda. Is there a motion to approve the form of meeting agenda?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the form of meeting agenda. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Next, under item 4, we have the consent agenda items. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to move the entire consent agenda. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Next portion of the agenda is special recognitions and presentations. We don't believe we have any this evening unless you've had something pop up. Premature to celebrate the hockey team, I guess. Whatever they do. All right, so we've got two public hearing matters this evening. And the first one involves a proposed subdivision of two pieces of property over on Warren Avenue, 6304 and 6312. And Director Teague has this matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before you is a subdivision of these two properties, 6304 and 6312 Warren Avenue. This property is located just south of Crosstown Highway at the intersection of 63rd and Warren, adjacent to the Wyman Bridge. The aerial shot of the existing site. There are two single-family homes located on the property, as shown on the screen. As you see, there's a perimeter, mature trees around the perimeter of these two sites. This is the intersection of 63rd and Warren. There are some accessory buildings on the site. What the applicant is requesting here is to remove both the single-family homes and the accessory buildings and build 3 new single-family homes. What you see on the screen is the plat that was considered by the Planning Commission. And you might note that part of that request, they were showing extension of sewer and water across the front lot lines. Staff engineering department was suggesting that direct connections for sewer and water be made off of the street and that extension should happen within the street. The applicant has revised the plans as requested by engineering department so as not to have those large easements in the front yards of those two homes. So the direct connections for sewer and water would come off of 63rd Street. As I mentioned, this was reviewed by the Planning Commission and they did recommend approval. Part of the concerns that they had were in regard to the utilities coming through those front yards and saving trees in this northeast corner. So they suggested that a new landscape plan be submitted making those adjustments, and the applicant has done that. And the trees they were concerned about in this location are saved as a result of relocating those utilities. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting and worked out this landscape plan. It's slightly different from what was reviewed by the Planning Commission. This is the plan that was actually shared with the neighborhood at their meeting. There were more trees shown at the Planning Commission. That was a mistake. The applicant didn't intend to submit that landscape plan, but did intend to submit this plan that was shared with the neighborhood. They're proposing to plant 16 Black Hill spruce along the south lot line here to provide some screening, year-round screening for the adjacent home to the south. There would be 20 Techni arborvitae split up, planted along here and along the west lot line. Grading plan has been submitted. This is subject to the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District review and approval as a 3-lot subdivision. What we're suggesting is that there not be any increase in flow volume rate to the adjacent properties. But again, this would be reviewed by the Watershed District. So the request before the council is a preliminary plat to create these 3 lots out of the 2 existing lots And the primary issue is the proposed plat reasonable for the site. Both staff and the Planning Commission believe that it is. Primarily, these 3 lots meet all of our minimum subdivision, minimum lot size requirements. As you know, minimum lot size is established by the median of all lots within 500 feet. And the circle as shown on the screen is that 500-foot perimeter. We do have an exclusion for properties that are divided by a freeway, in this case, crosstown highway. So these lots are excluded from the calculation. So as demonstrated on the screen here, all 3 lots meet our minimum standards. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the subdivision subject to the findings and conditions that are included in the approving resolution. With that, I can stand for questions.
Any questions at this point in time for Director Teague? Member Sprague, then Member Swenson.
Thank you, Mayor. The species that they're saving, I know that some of those were listed as oak. Do you know if that is part of that cluster on the, I guess it would be the northeast section of the property?
These are dogwoods in here
Okay.
that they were able to save as a result of relocating the utility lines.
So the oaks are still going down?
They are. They're primarily, though,
Within the
ash and
building.
elm on the interior of the site.
Okay. There's a, this is for our engineer, there's Birchcrest A that's coming in 2015, and it shows the plan area across and through the Wyman Bridge. Would that include this road at all, or is this outside of the project area? Because I know they're going to be digging up to put in the utilities.
Yeah, that project is located strictly on the north side of 62. It doesn't come south of the bridge.
Okay, thanks.
Member Swenson.
Follow up on digging for the utilities. What will that do for being able to get across that Wyman Bridge, since that's sort of a back route? Will it take up half the road, all the road? Will it be passable? What kind of utility work will have to be done?
Yeah, they're going to extend the sanitary sewer and also extend the water main. So during the water, it shouldn't be an issue. There should be room for 1 lane across the Wyman Bridge during construction operations, but we can make sure that if it isn't, it's properly signed for a detour. It'd be a 1-day closure if anything.
Okay, because the detour isn't really, I mean, it's not an easy detour if you can't
Yeah,
get
it'd be
across the
down to
Wyman Bridge.
Tracy. Yeah.
Okay.
But it'd be a 1-day.
Then my next question is curb cuts for driveways. I don't see anything indicated here, and you're adding an additional curb cut. So is that a problem when you have the bridge teeing into here? I mean, it did before, but it was a bigger lot.
No, there's a caveat by MnDOT right now on that right-of-way for no new driveways, but we're going through the process right now called a turnback. So we're taking over the right-of-way of 63rd Street, and then at that point, it's our discretion whether we allow driveway entrances. Considering all the other properties along there, they all have driveway entrances, and we don't see a concern with the bridge in that location.
No, I was just looking where the bridge teed in, so.
Oh, where the actual curb cut is for that third
Yeah.
western property? Is it on their plans?
They're not showing it specifically, but that would be something
Do
that
we
we'd
have,
look at
do we
as...
have an area we would like it, though? Because at this point, that would be what I would be interested in adding to it, if there is some place you would prefer to have it. Think about it, we can come back to that after the public hearing, okay? No. And then that corner lot, which is an odd-shaped lot, what is the building pad on it? You kind of had a red picture. Was that building pad for you?
That was.
So, right there. Yep. Yeah.
Right, that's a building pad that would meet all the setbacks.
That, to me, looks deep, potentially with an attached garage in the back, but it's hard to tell. So that is its full building pad if you attach a garage, because it's 25 feet from the rear yard. And if you don't attach a garage, then they can put the garage 3 feet away from the rear and side yard lot lines, correct?
Correct.
So it's a very long, thin house? Okay.
Potentially, yes.
On that graphic, it looks like that building pad on the right, on the eastern side that we're looking at, that's the only one where I think we see a driveway, do we not?
Correct, that's the existing
Okay,
driveway.
you don't know if they're going to use that driveway? I'm just curious.
I don't at this
No,
time.
at this point, they're going to use it for construction is what they have on their one.
That's what, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, yeah.
So I don't know what the future is. Okay, thank you.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. Director Milner, or City Engineer Milner, do we have traffic information for the Wyman Bridge? Volume, chiefly volume. It's not so much a speed issue, it's just the volume coming out onto that. I think it's a route to school, not a formal one on anybody's list, but no.
I don't know. It's not a state aid route, so we wouldn't have done state aid counts. If we got a traffic safety request, then we would have done counts on the bridge. I can see if I can find those.
Okay, I concur with Member Swenson that I think we want to have maybe some condition on the placement of the driveway, because I do think that that is it's kind of a storm route, but also just a route to school to avoid some of the congestion on the freeway.
Sure.
Member Brindle, anything else for Director Teague at this point in time? Back on that tree plan, which is towards the front of the packet, the planting notes from Land Matters. So is this the one that's accurate?
The one that's on the screen is the one that they would,
All right.
that they're requesting, yes.
Okay. And that seems to comport with what we have in the packet, at least what I have in my packet. So it looks like when you look at the photos towards the back of the packet at roughly A13 through 17, some of the trees, or most of the trees along the boulevard are going to be preserved. Is that
That's
a fair
correct.
statement?
Yep.
Okay. So those interior trees that are going to be affected. All right. I think that's it for now, Director Teague. And is Mr. Bona here? Is there Mr. Bona? Anyone from Homestead Partners? Why don't you take about 10 minutes and make your presentation? 5 to 10 minutes to make your presentation.
My name is Matt Hanisch, and I'm here representing Homestead Partners this evening. I believe
Give us your address too, Mr. Hennis.
635 Danube Avenue, Shakopee, Minnesota.
We're going to hand you a handheld microphone if you're going to stand at the center podium.
All right. So you got name and address? We're covered? Okay. I believe Director Teague did an excellent job of presenting, our proposal for this development. And I guess basically I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
I'm sorry, for the clerk's benefit, could you repeat your name and address again?
My name is Matt Hanisch. My address is 635 Danube Avenue, Shakopee, Minnesota.
Thank you.
And I'm representing Homestead Partners this evening.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Hanisch? Any other issues that you'd want us to know about?
No, I just, as Director Teague stated, we have a very significant landscape plan that provides adequate screening to the existing neighboring homes. Our goal was to maintain boulevard trees to the extent possible, and I think that the plat we have laid out definitely does that.
All right. One of the neighbors that testified at the Planning Commission, Kathleen Shoemaker, had some concerns about screening, common lot line drainage, construction noise, and vehicular traffic during construction. Have you had a chance to visit with her yet?
I have not had a chance to visit with her, but I believe Steve Bona in our office may have. He couldn't be here tonight as he's attending another city meeting.
All right. Director Teague, have you had any further conversation with residents?
I have not.
All right. And you had we had a unanimous recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission?
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Thanks, Mr. Hanisch. All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify or inquire regarding this matter? Please feel free to come forward. You'll have 3 minutes, and you'll get a green light. You can start and give us your name and address, and then you'll get a yellow caution light when there's 30 seconds to go, and then you need to wrap up your comments. Very good. Thank you.
If you have something to show, use the middle. Otherwise, I would recommend you use the side because you'll need the handheld microphone
Okay,
otherwise.
I'll save the middle one for later then.
That's
Thank you.
fine.
My name is Jerry Erickson. I live at 6325 Mildred. And I'm here tonight just basically to give my comments on this subdivision. I met with, I guess Mr. Bona is not here tonight. I did attend the neighborhood meeting back on January 15th. Found him very helpful and very informative in terms of the questions that I think many of the neighbors had regarding this proposal. I have two general concerns, and basically they do tie to, I think, comments you probably hear on all these subdivision requests and tear downs that are happening in our community. The first is really related to reduction in green space. Again, as we tear down one house and replace it with two, or in this case, we tear down two homes and replace it with three, it's inevitable that we're going to reduce the amount of green space in our neighborhoods. You can't help it. And I appreciate all that the council is doing and that our committees are doing in terms of preserving trees and concerns regarding mitigating water and soil conservation. But it's a fact. Every one of these results in a decrease in green space in the neighborhood. The second point I have, and it's a general comment, is affordable housing. And I'm sure you've heard this comment many times as well. The two properties we're replacing on this particular proposal, I believe, have estimated market values of $287,000 and $239,000 based on Hennepin County property tax records. These homes are going to be replaced with what I was told at the neighborhood meeting by homes that are going to be $600,000 and plus. And again, that's great for the community in terms of a tax base. It does definitely erode a number of affordable homes in our neighborhood. And the concern I have with that is, as I look at the Edina City Code regarding that, and I looked at specifically subpart B of our land development regulations, chapter 36, it was really odd to me that under section 36-2 objectives, we really don't look at single-family detached dwellings as part of our low to moderate income objectives. It is listed in point 6, where we encourage mixed-use housing developments that would provide housing for persons of low and moderate income. And I think that's terrific. I think that should be part of our strategy. But going forward, these single-dwelling homes that continue to decrease in number in terms of affordability of our city seem to be missing from our objectives. And I think that's something that the council should take a look at and consider as we move forward. With regards to this, you know, no one's here to speak anything other, so I'm certain you will pass it, and that's fine. It's another case where two homes will go down, two affordable, what I would consider entry-level starter homes in our community, and they'll be replaced by three homes that for most people are not starter homes and for most people are not affordable. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Aronson. Anyone else?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. Do we have any comment or
Well,
motion relative to this matter? Member Swenson?
There was a comment made about single-family affordable, and we do have a program that does save about one house a year. Unfortunately, that's it, but we add to it every year for affordability that we, as a city, give money towards. So we haven't totally given up the idea of single-family affordability. It's just, it's hard to do.
Member Bennett?
There also is, I think, a fairly healthy amount of, there's a healthy amount of interest in the community, and some people are sort of engaging in community-level organizing on that in terms of approaching older homeowners in their own neighborhood. And so that has kept some of the properties, I think, affordable, sort of a neighbor-to-neighbor transaction. But I share the gentleman's concerns. I share the speaker's concerns. Also want people to know that there is a second mortgage program that we have funded through the Edina Housing Foundation that's called Come Home to Edina, and that does offer some help to people who want to buy within the community. Just wanted to add that.
Member Sprague?
I just was going to follow up. We really don't have a cost-effective strategy to do battle with the housing gentrification that's happening in the single-family homes. We have the programs mentioned up here, but we're not tackling a great percentage of the units being converted to higher-income properties. So it's an issue that we're going to have to continue to study and look at and come up with a better solution.
There's a article on the front page of the New York Times today talking about this very issue of gentrification in some of our core cities on the East Coast, and what some of those cities like Philadelphia are trying to do to keep some of the homes in the inner city affordable that are in great locations. And it's an ongoing challenge when you have government trying to figure out how to regulate market. It's tricky work. But nonetheless, we have, as Member Swenson said, we have now helped fund our 10th home, single-family home with the West Hennepin Land Trust. Comes in, buys a home like some of these that are being sold on Warren, retains the land ownership, sells the house, fixes the house up, sells the house. So it really makes it more affordable for teachers and other folks that you want to have coming in and being part of the fabric of your community. So it's not something we're unmindful of, but it is difficult work. So do we have a motion on this matter?
Well, I think I was waiting for an answer on the driveway.
Oh,
Yeah, I looked, we don't have traffic counts for the Wyman Bridge. We do have on Warren Avenue, 1 block south of this, and that is 488 ADT in 2008. So just under 500 cars going down Warren Avenue. So,
It's not the direction they'd be going anyway.
we don't have anything on the bridge. As for your question about the driveway, in my opinion, I'd put it on the east side of the lot, so you don't have their headlights of cars crossing the bridge going right into their picture window of that house. So it's a quality of life.
You're worrying
issue.
more about quality of life than the car backing out so that it backs out right where the,
Yep, I think you'd see the cars better straight on than if it was offset
okay.
going around the corner.
Member Bennett, other
So,
comments?
well, a question about a condition regarding the driveway location, and then also, a lot of attention, a lot of discussion was held at the Planning Commission about trees. And so we have a reduction in the number of trees to be removed, but we don't have anything about trees that are shown to be remaining if they don't survive, for instance, the construction process. So do we want to have a condition about since one of the things we're trying to do is reduce the impact of this project on the neighborhood, is there any support for something that would condition replacement of boulevard trees or perimeter trees?
So the ones that they say are going to remain replacement, should they die? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Die during as a
construction.
result of construction.
Right, I'm not talking about 5 years down the road. I'm
You're saying
talking
if
about
they don't adhere to a construction management plan and properly secure the remaining trees, and if they die, then what would be the offset?
I'm looking more at net effect. I'm looking that when this project is completed with the 3 homes built, there will be a ring of perimeter trees as well as the screening trees to the back. I'm not necessarily looking for those trees to be the same size as they are today, but I'd like there to be perimeter trees, boulevard trees, if they're not surviving the project.
Some type of replacement tree strategy or condition
Yes,
attached if they die within
A year
certain
of the
number of months, a
completion of the
year, 12
project.
months of the date of completion of construction, and it's caused by construction per our arborist.
Otherwise, there's no incentive for those trees to be
To be cared
kept
for.
safe
Yeah.
during the process, and there will be a lot of activity in this area.
Roger, would you want to suggest some language on we've got 4 conditions now. Do you want to?
Mayor, as you remember, this is a preliminary plat, so the final conditions, we can just have the wording. We heard what you said, that if any of the perimeter trees are damaged during construction, the developer must replace them. We'll put that down.
And-
Good point.
And I did want to call folks' attention to the revision, the correction that's on our dais tonight. That adds, it corrects a little bit of language that was missed when the Planning Commission conditions were forwarded to us. It's language on drainage, and it's on page 2. So it's in the stack of documents that was on the desk tonight.
Okay, because I was going to ask about that infiltration swale that they have in that westerly lot. Can we talk about that? That's a swale to collect?
Yep, they'll have to go through the 9 Mile Creek permit process, and since it's 3 lots, it'll be a more stringent permit process than if it was 2 lots. So
And is it necessary because of the lot going from 2 to 3? Is it a requirement?
they'll have to have a requirement for rate and volume, and they're going to try to meet it with that infiltration basin. They'll have to show a lot more calculations and do our actual stormwater calculations to the district we're thinking they would probably have to outlet that out to the roadway somehow versus into the backyard. We said there should be no negative effect to the adjacent properties. So that was in our conditions noted.
So if they outlet it to the roadway, is that how we want it to be handled?
It would still be less, it'd still be no more than what's going out there today.
Okay. And then the only other question I have is that the middle lot has 3 trees right in front of it, which really, if you're talking about tree replacement, there's an issue of where there's a driveway on this lot. So I guess when they come back for final, we may need a curb cut on the middle one as to where it's going to be.
You could just say as a condition that they locate the curb cuts.
I would like, thanks for mentioning the swale. I forgot about it, but I had a question about it.
Good.
Go ahead.
It's at the very back of the westernmost lot here. So if it empties to the street, Director Milner, how would it empty to the street? I guess I'd like to see what is going, is it slope? How is it going to empty to the street?
Yeah, we're envisioning that that swale keeps going out to the roadway to the east. If you look at the contours, that's about the only way they could outlet that to the street. So
All
they'd
right.
have to extend that along that south property line to the east.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, so what I've heard council members indicate is that in addition to the 4 conditions that the Planning Commission attached to the preliminary plat, we'd like to add a 5th condition, which would be to locate the curb cut on the west lot when it comes back to us for final plat approval, and then
Lot number 2.
I think we've added
And-
2 lots,
and
because
one.
we're
Yeah.
adding
Yeah,
the
there's actually
curb
2.
cut to the west lot to be on the east side of the west lot, and the curb cut on the center lot to be not taking out a tree.
Yeah, so it's 1 and 2.
and then we've got the tree replacement issue to deal with. Director Teague?
If I might suggest a condition in regard to the location of the driveway for the middle lot, they might not know that at the time of final plat. A condition that you might consider is that no boulevard tree be removed as a result of a curb cut for the middle lot.
Fine. As long as we still allow them to put a driveway in, I'm fine with that. I think there's enough room. It's a 75-foot wide lot, correct?
All right, so we've got another condition, no boulevard tree to be removed to accommodate a curb cut on the center lot. With those conditions attached, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Yeah. If
Member
we're not
Brindle.
if we're not going to allow removal of a tree to put the curb cut in the middle lot, then I would say the same thing on the lot on the east, that has 3 boulevard trees along 63rd, and then it's got boulevard trees along Warren, not knowing where the driveway is going to be there. Hopefully they can position that driveway so that the trees along the boulevard around the corner can be preserved.
Director Teague, based on your experience, will that work?
That should work.
Sentiment of the council, would it be, take that as a friendly amendment, the maker
Yes.
of the amendment?
Yes.
I would accept that.
All right. All right. Now we've got our motion, we got our conditions, our additional conditions for preliminary plat approval. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. All right, Mr. Hanisch, good luck with this. Be mindful of the neighbors when you're doing your construction. You've got a new construction manager, and she'll be working closely with you and the neighbors. Thank you.
This is one of the first homes that will be going in for permit under our new guidelines too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Though it is a 75-foot lot, so that it misses some of them, but.
All right, the next matter we have this evening is, as a public hearing, and the final public hearing of the evening is the golf course operations study that's going to be subject to a presentation by our Park and Rec Director, Ann Kotry, and our City Manager, Scott Neal. I wanted to let folks in the audience know that you'll be subject to the same 3-minute rule when you testify. You don't have to take 3 minutes. There's a lot of folks here, and I'm thinking that we'd go for maybe a couple of hours and see how it goes. And I know at the Park Board they limited you to 2 minutes, but and I think there'll be some repetition on the testimony, so try to avoid the redundancy. I know everybody in Edina is persuasive, and then persuasive in their own way. So nonetheless, there will be folks that want to say the same thing somebody else said maybe an hour before. So maybe you can curb your enthusiasm. Nonetheless, this is a public hearing, and you have the right to testify. And we want to make sure that you feel comfortable that your voice is being heard. So we want to make sure we do that. I did talk to one group of neighbors on the north side of Fred Richards, and there's about 20 of them. And I'd probably ask you to raise your hands. I think you all know who you are, Colleen. There's 2 fellows that are going to speak on behalf of that group of 20, and we're going to give them a little bit more time. Other than that, everybody's going to have 3 minutes. This is something we've done from time to time in the past, but usually you have to be speaking on behalf of a substantial group. So.
Did you get Andrea's request? Did she have the time from the others?
I did. But,
Okay.
So, let me see if there's any other things. I think the entire council appreciates the level of interest in this matter. It's an important decision that we're going to be rendering either tonight or in the near future. It's an important asset for the city, and everybody in this room I know is interested in making the golf operations in Edina the best they can possibly be. And so we're going to take testimony from everybody. We've gotten some terrific emails from people, very thoughtful. Sometimes you see some edginess or some anger, but I don't really feel like I saw any of that in all of the emails that came through this time. Very professional, very articulate. That's our city. That's our residents. So anyway, here we go. Presentation by staff. And then we'll move into the public hearing phase when they've completed their work.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to give the same presentation that we have given previously at a meeting, at a public meeting at the clubhouse, the Braemar Clubhouse, and then also at the Park Board meeting. I think it's important to take a minute to kind of tee up where we are and why we're talking about this subject tonight. I think the council over many years prior to Ms. Kotry becoming our director and prior to me becoming your city manager has had discussions about the operations of its recreation enterprises. We're a city that's fortunate to have some pretty significant recreation enterprises, and the council has received previous reports and had previous discussions about how the operating process of those facilities works, both from an operating expense and operating revenue system goes. We have some recreation enterprises, as you know, that generate more operating revenue than operating expenses. A swimming pool is a good example of that. We have some that generate really just a quarter to a third of the cost of operating those facilities. The Art Center is an example of that. And then we have a range of facilities in between. We have had enough conversation about the economics and the finances of the golf enterprise that in 2013 staff really took a very deep dive into those numbers and looking at not only just the finances themselves but also the operations and how we could make that operation, the golf enterprise operation, more sustainable, and how we could bring Braemar and specifically our golf enterprise in general back to being a first-class operation. So that's the impetus of this presentation. This is just a reminder about the timeline. So we had our public input meeting on January 30th, the park board meeting on February 11th, and this evening we're having our presentation to council on March 4th. This is a slide that we've shown every time we've done this presentation. This is the blue line in this case is a 1992 projection that was done about the time that the city was making the decision to purchase the former Normandale golf course and now the Fred Richards course. And the blue line shows the projected number of rounds that the city would sell, rounds of golf that it would sell. And it was projecting an increase into the future from 1992, actually this graph starts in 94, to a point where it was going to level out at about 158 or 159,000 rounds into the future forever. And that's what that blue line indicates. The red line indicates what really happened. And I think this slide, more than any other slide that we have, really indicates and really shows you the challenge that we're facing in our golf enterprise operation. So as rounds are continuing to decrease, we have costs that continue to increase. We have revenues that are staying fairly flat during this time period, even though user fees are increasing. And when you have rounds dropping and revenues dropping, our cost structure began to become more critical, and the cost to taxpayers specifically in this operation, because there's an annual operating subsidy, began to get significant. And over the past year, it was very significant. So one of the things that we've been trying to come to grips with is how do we create a more sustainable financial model at the golf course, not just to have a better financial outcome at the golf course, but how to produce a better golf course if we have better financials. You know, it's not just Edina. I think you can open up the newspaper and you can see a lot of information and a lot of stories about golf and the changing relationship that our country and our culture has with golf. And one of the things we're seeing at our golf course is we have less golfers golfing less often. And that's really for us what's driving our financial issues. So we tried to put together a plan that addressed these three objectives. How do we create a plan? How do we create a golf enterprise that's financially more stable and self-sufficient, that has increased levels of customer service, and that has better facilities to produce a better experience for the future? When we think about the cost of doing nothing, which is always an option for us, there is a cost of doing nothing, and the cost of doing status quo is from 2014 to 2020, we will continue to have, we currently have an accumulated golf deficit of about $1.5 million. We don't have our 2013 numbers back, but that's what our finance department is estimating it will be. So we've been dragging along this $1.5 million accumulated operating deficit for many years now. But if we do nothing between 2014 and 2020 and continued trends continue during that time period, we believe that loss turns into about $3.4 million over that time period. In 2020, we project a year-end golf fund cash balance of a negative $881,000 if current trends continue. That negative number last year was somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 in our golf fund. And again, our numbers for 2013 aren't completed yet, but it was not a good year. But more importantly, we don't have a way to pay for golf, and if we don't create more revenue, more cash flow in our golf fund, we don't have a golf-oriented revenue source for golf course improvements, which means that anytime you want to improve the golf course, you're going to be looking into our CIP for revenues for that, which means it's going to be competing with fire trucks and park improvements and trail improvements and all kinds of other general fund CIP improvements. And we wish that we could get a golf enterprise to the point where it produced enough money so that we're not mixing golf improvements in a greater discussion, but we're having a discussion like we do with the swimming pool, with the aquatic center, where we've got a good fund balance and we're looking at what kinds of improvements we want to make and not having to make some of those other kind of more difficult trade-offs. So without that, we see continued decline in the golf asset, and we see continued annual financial subsidy for many years into the future. And really, more importantly, if we don't do anything, we don't see anything but mediocrity in the future. And we don't want that. Nobody does. So our golf operations plan is this. It's a 6-step strategy. It involves narrowing the scope of the golf operations, investing in improvements at Braemar, modifying our prices and our discounting system, outsourcing some of the ancillary services in our golf operations, expanding our marketing assets or marketing plans, and improving our customer service. The first one of those options, the first part of that plan, and the one that has generated the most public debate, has been narrowing the scope of our golf operations. And when I say that, that includes the proposal to close the Fred Richards Golf Course at the end of the 2014 golf season. One of the benefits of that is by reducing that scope of operations, we also reduce the operating costs that we incur at the Fred Richards course, and that's part of what we are using to leverage to do the improvements that we're recommending at the driving range, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes.
Actually, I'm going to talk about the improvements at the driving range right now.
A few seconds on it, yeah.
I'd like to put this on the document camera. That's pretty good. I know that this is a little bit difficult to see, but we really believe that our most important critical investment at Braemar is in our driving range. The driving range is an amenity that is incredibly heavily used, not only by Edina residents, but from people coming from all over the metro area. And this amenity has been in need of replacement for well over 10 years. We are proposing to significantly expand the tee area. If you look at this plan, the dashed green line is our existing tee box area. So we're proposing to almost double the size of the tee box area. It would give us 60 turf stalls and approximately 76 stalls on mats, and it would give us about a month turnover so that we would always be able to be hitting off of grass. Another key highlight of this plan is the increased size of the teaching area on the north end. That would give us 30 stalls, significantly improved surface in the teaching area. And the other area significant to note in this plan is there are currently 5 holes on the south side of Braemar Boulevard. So this would involve a renovation of the Braemar Executive Course. And the plan that we have been working on currently changes the Braemar Executive Course to a par 3 course. So we feel that that is our most critical area of investment as early as this fall, if possible. Another area for investment that's needed sooner rather than later is in the grill and clubhouse area. The grill and clubhouse are both dark and dated, and we don't feel that those facilities currently match the City of Edina brand. And we would like to make some reinvestment in that space, as simple as carpeting, new furniture, bringing some more light into the area, and paint, and also offering some better food and beverage choices. And the other area that we feel is a critical investment immediately is in a master plan for the Braemar Golf Course. We feel like we're at a time where there are some renovations that are needed on that course. The Braemar Golf Course is 50 years old this year, and we're in need of some significant renovations at the course in terms of tee boxes, drainage, cart paths, greens, an irrigation system that's the largest and the oldest in the state. So we feel that now is the time, as we are considering to consolidate our golf operations at Braemar, to take a really hard look at that operation and make sure that we're planning and prioritizing our projects at Braemar accordingly. It's also a really good time for us to make sure, as we're looking at course renovations, that we're adapting our course to meet the needs of all ages and abilities of golfers. We want to make sure that we are providing a significant and positive golf experience for kids through seniors, men and women alike, and we would like to incorporate through that master planning process.
Item number 3 is taking a deep look at our prices and our discounting system. We do a lot of comparative pricing with other comparable golf courses, so we have information that we gather on an annual basis. But one of the issues that we have with our prices is that we offer a fair number of discounts, and we need to look at that discounting system to see if it still incents the same kind of behavior and loyalty and customer response that it has historically. We haven't looked at the patron system for a long time, for instance, and is that really the system going forward that's going to provide us the right kind of response that we need when we look at how we price our product?
Our grill operations are an area that we believe we could outsource an ancillary service. We currently feel that our grill operation also is not up to current City of Edina branding standards. We would like to increase the customer service levels there. We would like to increase the customer experience, and we would like to increase the quality and the quantity of the food that's available at the Braemar Grill. So we would like to do something similar to what the city of Minneapolis has done so successfully at Lake Calhoun with the tin fish, or at Lake Harriet with the bread and pickle, or at Minnehaha Falls Park with the sea salt, and outsource those services to an outside contractor.
One of the things that we have become more concerned about over the past few years is really our position in the market and what people think about our golf enterprise. We feel like we need to be more aggressive than we have in the past few years and really make a strong financial dedication toward an expanded marketing program. We would like to do that as we move forward and begin to use that to drive greater numbers to our golf course operations.
Our customers are our number one priority, and I have heard quite frequently through the past 6 months that we've been studying our golf operations at Braemar that they don't feel that our customer service levels are up to what some of our competitive golf courses are offering. And so what we would like to do is do something similar to what the Edina liquor stores recently did, and hire a customer service consultant to come in and take a look at all of our practices, help us to hire, train, and supervise appropriately all of our staff at the golf course. We would like to approach our golf course operations from a 10 touch point plan, and we would like to train our staff to be providing the best customer service from the time that our customers are calling to make a tee time, to the time that they arrive at the course, to the time that they play around, with all contacts with staff throughout their round, to the grill and to the car at the end of their round. So we feel like we really want to make a significant investment in customer service at Braemar.
If we follow the 6-step strategy that we've outlined, we believe that we're going to be able to have an operating expense savings of $2.3 million by 2020. And these are the outlines of where we think that $2.3 million comes from. The plan that we're proposing to you tonight really is this, that we want to leverage that savings now. We want to leverage that savings now and use it to fund the construction of an expansion of the driving range, as we talked about earlier. If we do that, we don't have to go through some of the issues that will be involved in trying to borrow money for an operation that is not operating in a financially sustainable model. And the other thing that we avoid is we don't put the council in the position of having to go back into our CIP and pick through individual projects that are currently funded that you've made commitments on and change the commitment level to those projects. By doing this, we're able to avoid both of those issues. And if we can do this, this is our projection of what we think will happen in the future, and really what we need to happen in the future for this proposal to cash flow. And again, I'm showing you the blue line of what was projected almost 20 years ago. But the green line is the projection that we think will occur in terms of rounds sold and really what we need to fund this proposal tonight. The why, I think it's important to talk about why do we care. I think some of this issue In fact, all of this issue that we're bringing to you tonight is an issue that because we care about Braemar, we care about our golf operations in total. We don't believe that they currently are operating on a model that befits our city, and it doesn't provide the playing experience in our primary golf product that we think meets our brand standards. We think it needs to be improved. When we look at the parameters that we have in terms of being able to borrow additional money or make operating cost adjustments to produce new cash flow, we feel the latter is definitely preferable in terms of financing immediate short-term golf improvements. If we can kickstart a revenue or a cash flow improvement at Braemar, we can use that money then to generate enough funds to do a long-term capital plan and a long-term master plan for the golf course that then allows us to be in a better position to do some debt financing in the future. So we've had some discussions, we've had a couple of discussions already along this line in a public setting, one at the Braemar Clubhouse and one in front of the Park Board. And we did have some feedback from those two opportunities. And so we have a couple slides tonight that addresses some of the feedback we've received already. And clearly one that comes up right away is what happens to the Fred Richards golf course if it's no longer a golf course. We use the word repurposing. That's a fairly vague term, so I think it's not very clear to folks who are concerned about that. What we've said is that the site will remain public park property indefinitely. We've said that we've had a number of discussions with council members about parks and open space and that we don't have any appetite. We said the council doesn't have any appetite to do anything differently with that land than leave it as park and open space. That's what we've told people, and I'm sure you're going to have some debate around that tonight. This one I'm going to let Ann Catry address.
As Scott mentioned earlier, why we're doing this program, because we care, and we care about our kids. We care about our junior golfers. And this was something that actually came to my attention as I was going through this process in the last 6 months. I found out that we have the largest junior program in the state at Braemar. And that is something that we should be really proud of. In 2013, we had a capacity for participation of 791 youth, and we had 677 of those slots taken. And as part of this plan and part of any plan and programs that we have going forward in the future, we intend to do our best to figure out ways to accommodate our youth and to make them feel welcome at Braemar and to make Braemar their home course. This was another slide, as Scott mentioned, that we added to this presentation because we feel that it's a very critical component of our overall decision to make the recommendation to close Fred Richards Golf Course. As I was working on the pro forma with Eric Rogerman, our Assistant Finance Director, and we were identifying some of these items that aren't currently budgeted in either our capital budget or our operating budget, we realized that when we did a pro forma earlier, a couple of years ago for Edinburgh Park, we included these items in the baseline. And we did not include these items in the baseline part of this pro forma. And we felt that it was important that we call out these items because as Fred Richards Golf Course is now 20 years old, it is also going to need some significant reinvestment going forward in the future. Everything from roofs to fiber optic network at the clubhouse to potentially significant fairway rehabilitation system due to the peat-based soils that the golf course is constructed on.
So just a review of the process that we've had so far. We had a large and well-attended public meeting at Braemar Golf Course back on January 30th. That led up to the Park Board public hearing that occurred on February 11th, and at the Park Board public hearing there was extensive conversation among the board. They ultimately did approve the staff recommendation, and they passed that recommendation on to the City Council. We've presented this same timeline every time we've had a chance to share this with the public, and that we're having this public hearing tonight as the final step in this process. Any have questions and comments?
I have a
Questions?
question.
Member Swenson?
One of the things that, for the 9 years I've been on council, so this predates you a little bit, but you've been participated in some of it, is that every time we go out for a bond rating, we come back and we're very happy we've maintained our AAA bond rating, but part of that comment back always is about our enterprises, and the only enterprise that ever gets commented on is golf. And we talk about it up here a little bit, but you participate in our bond rating, so can you give me a little bit more history and depth on those comments? Because at one point, a few years ago, we actually held back making an improvement to our outdoor pool because it was suggested by our finance department, but even though they'd saved the, what was it, $400,000 or maybe more that we needed to do it, we needed to keep that as cash because of our poor performance in our golf, and we needed to do that to maintain our AAA bond rating. So could you talk about that for me a little bit?
Sure. Councilmember Swenson and members of council, the issue that Councilmember Swenson is referring to is the protection of our AAA bond rating. This is a very important asset for the city and provides benefit to all of our residents because it allows us to borrow money at a lower interest rate than if our credit rating was not as good. It's the best credit rating that a municipal government in America can have. Less than 6% of cities nationwide have that credit rating. It's very worthy. It's worthy of concern, and it's very worthy of protection. One of the things that happens whenever we go do a borrowing or a bond issuance, regardless of what it's for, whether it's for streets or if it's for utilities or even special assessment projects, we have our bonds rated by the credit rating agencies. And that's where the AAA rating comes from. It's a signal to investors that our debt is very high quality. We hear, whenever we do these presentations, whether we do them in person or whether we do them over the phone, there's always a discussion with the credit rating folks about what's going on in our city government. And the two biggest influences over our credit rating is the local economy and the management of the city. And the local economy here is strong. It's very strong compared to nationwide. So when we look at the other part of this, the management part, one of the questions we get every time, in fact, it's almost the question that we spend the most time answering, is what's going on with our golf operation. They look at our audit. They can see that ongoing accumulated deficit. They ask us what we're doing about it. When are we doing it? What's our plan for the future? All of that kind of thing. And so over the past couple of times when we've had a chance to do this, all we've been able to do is be very vague with them. We're trying harder. We're looking at this. We're serious about it. But at some point, that's not going to be enough, and it's not going to be enough when we go back into the market to borrow money to do golf course improvements. That will be a difficult conversation to have. I don't think we've not gotten an indication from them that if we don't do something about our golf operation now, they're going to take our AAA bond rating. That's not the kind of response that we've had from the credit rating agencies, but it is definitely a concern they have about our operations and about our management, because they look at that as a reflection on our willingness to make hard decisions and to make future-based decisions.
Thank you.
Member Bennett?
I have a follow-up question, because as I understand it, there's another way in which all of the enterprise funds are related. I'm talking about the Edina law. Can you talk about that, please?
Sure. Councilmember Bennett, members of council, we have a unique ability among Minnesota cities it's called the Edina law, and it allows the city to borrow money without public referendum for its recreation enterprises, as long as the pooled finances of those enterprises are strong and cover their operating expenses. So when we have our largest enterprise, the golf operation, being below 100% coverage of its operating costs, it has the ability to affect our ability to go into the market and borrow money to do improvements at the pool or at the ice arena or at Edinburgh Park or Centennial Lake. So because we look at those facilities when it comes to borrowing money as a pool, it's important that all members of that pool receive the same kind of attention, and that we have some kind of demand over how they perform, because it does have an impact on our ability to borrow money for them.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. I want to talk specifically about Fred Richards for a little bit. One of the thoughts out there is that it is profitable, at least slightly profitable. And so I want to let's talk about that perception and what the numbers are, what they mean, what part of that, of the expenses to run Fred Richards, since I think really when we look at this and the timing of it, there are a lot of reasons we're considering this right now, but one of them is financial. So I'd like to put it out on the table as to what those numbers are and what they mean.
We have had a very significant bond payment for Fred Richards for the last 20 years. And when factoring in that bond payment, Fred Richards has lost significant amounts of money annually. My recollection is in the $200,000 range in factoring the bond payments. When the bond payments are not factored in, Fred Richards has been at about a break-even level. It is a little difficult with our accounting system and the way we're coding some of our expenses to our Gulf operations to say exactly in the plan that I put forward to the council. I stated that there are about $50,000 in unallocated expenses that aren't currently being charged to Fred Richards. For example, we purchased bulk fertilizer at Braemar. We don't take the amount that we're using at Fred and code that specifically to Fred. We also have administrative costs that for staff and for accounting that we're not charging specifically to Fred Richards. So it's difficult to say exactly, but we've allocated that additional $50,000. But operationally, Fred Richards is at, without the debt payment, approximately breaking even. From an overall operations perspective, however, we do feel that it is in our best interest to focus our operations on one campus. We are duplicating a lot of equipment. We're duplicating maintenance facilities. We're duplicating staff by having two separate Gulf operations open. So that was a very significant portion of our decision.
Describe for me, because you, Scott, described this the other day for me, but I think it would be of interest to everyone here and out there listening. What kind of unique maintenance is needed at Fred Richards to be able to maintain flat fairways and flat greens?
One of the challenges, and there are people more qualified to answer this question than me, but one of the challenges that is faced at Fred Richards is the soils. The soils in that area are peat. They're soft. They're spongy. There's a lot of undulation that takes place just through even normal kinds of activities that go on, including mowing sometimes. So there's a lot of challenge around the idea of how you address that and what's the highest and best use for a 40-acre piece of land when you have such soils like this. It's a difficult question. It's very difficult to build on, so building buildings on this land is really not advisable, and we're hearing that from some of the other building owners in that neighborhood, both on north and south of 76th Street. It's really quite a problem.
Member Sprague.
I wanted to ask a few questions about the statistics and just the general nature of the operation. So we've got two execs, both 7 par 3, 3 par 4s, is that correct? In terms of the Braemar and the Fred? 7 par 3s, 3 par 4s?
That is
Gives you
correct.
10 holes.
There are two par 4 holes at each course.
Okay, so 7 par 3s and 2 par 4s, I'm sorry. And both have staggered tee boxes.
Yes, that is correct, Member Sprague.
And in your, in terms of the rounds played at the Executive versus Fred, it looks like in 2013 they kind of converged almost to the same level, with Fred being slightly ahead. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And it looks like from 03 to 13 they were roughly in the same number of rounds per course, with Fred having a slight edge.
Yes, Member Sprague, that is correct.
And between 2003 and 2013, as I calculated, so the Executive course rounds dropped 42%, Fred dropped 43%, so about the same droppage in number of rounds.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then on capacity, you assumed 60,000 rounds, which is a little bit different than the NGF study. Can you just talk about that?
Yes, Member Sprague, we did internally discuss capacity because we wanted to really be able to internally compare our golf courses and our individual 9-hole and 18-hole courses. So we were not, in our determination of capacity, trying to compare to the type of capacity that was stated in the NGF report. We looked at the number of tee times available throughout an entire day. We looked at the number of players that could play on a tee time. We did not factor in weather. We did not factor in time of day. We were strictly looking at the number of tee times available to determine overall capacity available at each course.
But based on your assumptions, again, 2013, the Exec and Fred converged on the same number, about 25% utilization, based on that assumption.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. What are the levels of service for golf in surrounding cities? Minneapolis, Hopkins, Richfield, St. Louis Park, Bloomington. How many holes?
Gosh, I'm sorry, Member Sprague, I don't have that exact number in front of me. Minneapolis, I can tell you, has 81 holes of golf. Bloomington has recently downsized its Highland course. Minneapolis has no holes of golf. Technically, they have the Meadowbrook Golf Course within their boundaries. And St. Louis Park, I apologize. Those are, and Richfield has no holes of golf. They have closed their golf operations.
And Hopkins,
Hopkins does not have any either.
Okay. And then in your study, you say that out of the 2,451 municipal courses nationally, only 13 have 45 or more holes of golf.
Yes, that is correct.
Excuse me. And what year are those statistics from?
Those are from 2013.
Okay. So one course you mentioned was Bloomington, and they've also done some consolidation. Can you talk a little bit about what happened at that course? For those that don't know, so Bloomington has the 18-hole, and then they had 2 9s and a small practice range. Can you just talk a little bit about the renovation?
Yes, Member Sprague. At the Highland course in Bloomington, they decided to consolidate, and they eliminated one 9-hole course and converted it to a larger practice facility. So they have just one 9-hole course at that facility currently.
And is there anything proposed to be closed in Minneapolis in terms of those 81 holes? I know it's not a final, but is there a proposal to close any of those holes there?
The city of Minneapolis has proposed to close the Fort Snelling course, and they have considered making some closures or renovations to the Theo Worth course as well.
And that's a par 3-9, I think.
Correct.
And Fort Snelling is a 9 executive?
I apologize.
It's
I don't
a 9-hole.
remember exactly.
It's a 9-hole course. Okay. So I want to move to your projections. Do you have graphics? I know you've got baseline, and I'm talking about the folded out spreadsheets that were in our information. I'd like to walk through those a little bit. if you can. And can you talk a little bit about, I mean, you've got quite a few scenarios here that were studied, so I think I want the public and the council to understand the process you went through and how you got to the decision that you ultimately reached. And I think the charts are the most helpful visuals.
Eric Roggeman, are you here? Where is he at? There he is. Eric Roggeman is our Assistant Finance Director, and Eric was really key to this chart and really to a lot of the numbers here. So let's let him have a chance to give us a little bit of background on it.
Okay. I can try to describe what we're looking at here on this chart.
Can you move that chart a little bit so we can see the right axis? There we go. Thank you.
Right now in the Gulf Fund, I think there's two important metrics that we're trying to track over time. One is our cost recovery percentage. That's expressed as revenues over expenses, 100% being even cost recovery. Our revenues equal our annual expenses. And those are represented on this chart by the yellow bars in each year. We go from 2009 and project out to 2020 here.
Can you pull that down just a little bit so we can see the header for those at home? Thank you.
Yep. This particular chart that we're looking at right now is our baseline scenario, or our status quo scenario, if you will, keeping all 45 holes of golf open and in operation. As mentioned earlier by Ann, one thing this doesn't include is some possible CIP projects for Fred Richards in the future that would be in addition to what we're seeing here.
So in 2009, we go from 103% cost recovery, and we drop 20% in 2020 to 83%. Is that correct?
That's what we're projecting for our baseline scenario.
Okay.
The dashed line here is our cash balance throughout the years. Ideally, in all of our enterprise funds, we would carry a positive cash balance. That's not the case today in our Gulf enterprise. We've talked about it before. We've got about a negative $1 million cash balance. It fluctuates a little bit from year to year, as evidenced by the dashed line. You see it drop pretty significantly in 2016. That's the year we think we have a very large irrigation project at Braemar in the range of $2 million, and then coming up slightly after that. This also assumes that we're going to continue to subsidize the Gulf Fund enterprise at 2014 levels of about $500,000 a year. So despite that subsidy in our baseline scenario, the cash balance never gets above zero through 2020.
Okay.
What we did next is we walked through a number of potential variables or changes to that baseline that we could consider making and try to calculate what's the change of these variables one at a time. So the next chart we're looking at here is the same kind of layout with the yellow bars representing cost recovery and the dashed line representing cash balance with one change to the baseline scenario. And the change we're looking at here is closing the Fred Richards Golf Course. And what we see here, the improvement from the baseline scenario is 87% cost recovery in 2020 and a dashed line where the cash balance is approaching 100% by 2020 with that change only.
Okay, great.
The next variable we considered, this is actually the total plan put together. So we have 6 actions or decisions or variables that we've outlined as part of our plan. This particular chart shows all of those variables put together. If the City Council approves the plan, we think it has the potential to reach 101% cost recovery in 2020 and the cash balance dashed line goes positive somewhere around 2018 or 2019.
And in terms of the history of the operations of the Gulf Fund, is it fair to say that for most of its history, that the Gulf Fund funded operations and capital improvements?
I have another graphic I can show on that, Councilmember Sprague. This is a recent history of the Gulf Fund. It's I've taken selected balance sheet accounts and summarized them in a 10-year history here for the Gulf Fund. Some things I can point out.
Can you come in on that just a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to see, but
That's good right there.
our cash and investments account, normally you'd like to see a positive number there. We were negative even in 2003. Looking through time, as you see, it drops slightly in most years, leaving us where we are roughly today with a negative $1 million cash balance.
The number that we get a lot of feedback and questions from the credit rating agencies about, though, is this net position, unrestricted position right there, where it starts at a negative 473 in 2003. And there's an interesting story about why it's 209 positive in 2012. But you can see most of those years it's a negative number, and it's been about 1.5 million.
And to a bond rater, that signifies basically available cash and assets on hand to satisfy liabilities?
Yes, those would be reserves available for future use.
And so that liquidity ratio has been dropping. And what's something like, what does the liquor store fund run at? What's the liquidity ratio there?
That generally runs at between 4 and 5%. Those are current assets over current liabilities. It's a current ratio. Gives you an idea of how many assets you have available at a given time to pay the liabilities at a given time.
Is there any other rec enterprise fund that's in this dire of situation in terms of liquidity?
There are other rec enterprises that operate at an annual loss, but we've been able to cover those adequately through liquor transfers. The Gulf Fund, we've been slower to react on covering these losses with liquor transfers.
The reason why the 2012 numbers are different is because that's the year that we had our insured loss at the Gulf Dome, and we had to account for that cash settlement from the travelers in that year.
You're telling me that in 2013 it's not going to be pretty again because we will have paid for it.
Yeah, we're telling you in 2013 it's that number will be another 1.4, 1.5 million negative.
Mr. Roggeman, as I understand the history of subsidies, all transfers in and out of the rec enterprises, I'm trying to find the right graph, but for many years we carried the art center and the arena. That was the standard two rec enterprises that were subsidies. And then at some point, we started to carry Edinburgh Centennial Lakes, which is a combined enterprise, as well as the golf course operation. So now we have 4 separate rec enterprise operations that we're subsidizing and have been for several years.
That's correct.
Okay. How does that affect the construction fund balance and the deficit that we're going to be facing in 2015, 2016? I know I'm talking global financial system, but all of these variables are related. Where is our construction fund balance going to be in 2015, 2016? And what is the construction fund used for?
The construction fund is used for a variety of city projects. Could be anything from streets to fire trucks to parks. Could be anything the city wants to construct and needs to finance.
Long-term capital improvements.
Long-term capital improvements, that's correct. We project right now that there are more projects we would like to do with that money than what there are available funds for. And every dollar we spend in the golf course fund or the arena fund or these park and rec enterprises is a dollar we can't spend somewhere else.
Okay, thanks for that overview. I want to talk briefly about junior programs because that theme has emerged, and I'm concerned that we provide a reasonable accommodation, a reasonable alternative, were something to happen to the Fred. I need to know in advance what the options are and what we can provide. Now, you've given me some information tonight about the junior program. I didn't know the size of the existing program at Braemar. But what type of strategies can you employ should the Fred close to accommodate the juniors and the seniors, and more specifically to foster an environment that's going to create love of the game? And I especially would like to hear about the young girls and the women, because I think there's been a perception that Braemar has not been welcoming to that demographic.
Yes, Member Sprague. I'm sorry to hear that our young female golfers have not felt welcome at Braemar, and I can assure you that going forward, that is going to be a very significant initiative for us. We are working with our golf course staff currently on new programming that is going to be for families in general, but specifically parent and kid programs and new youth programs, even programs that aren't necessarily golf related, to get people introduced to Braemar, to get them introduced to the Golf Dome, even events that we can host in our parking lot that will get people over to Braemar, and then we can slowly introduce them to golf. I've also been talking with the president of the Braemar Men's Club, and he's very interested in also helping to sponsor youth programs for women. We feel like there is a tremendous opportunity. We feel that we definitely have the capacity at our course at Braemar to be able to accommodate those groups. We hope that with our changes at the clubhouse, we'll make a more welcoming environment for kids, a more welcoming environment for women, our senior golfers, for everyone. We want to make Braemar the most welcoming family environment for people of all ages.
In terms of providing a campus that can accommodate all ages and all abilities, and I know this is premature because we haven't done anything, but again, I'm trying to understand what the possibilities are. So one possibility is if the driving range is expanded, we'll have probably the best learning center driving range in the state. And another option then is to change the existing exec course to a par 3. And can you explain the difference between those two, and does that serve generally the same demographic?
Yes, Member Sprague, we do believe that we will have the best training facility in the state, both in terms of a driving range at Braemar and in terms of our golf dome. We'll be able to accommodate golfers all year round in a variety of programs. The plan that I showed you tonight does show the Braemar Executive course converted to a par 3 course. There are certainly people that don't like that idea. There are currently 2 par 4 holes at the Braemar Executive course. Because of the widening of that driving range, we can't accommodate the number of holes on the south side. We have very significant watershed restrictions. We have a lot of floodplain in that driving range. So it's our goal with the conversion of the Braemar Executive course to a par 3 is to make the course more playable and easier specifically to accommodate our youth and our seniors. And that was the intention of us looking at that conversion specifically, was to make the course easier for juniors.
And in terms of a strategy for the Clooney 9, to give another kind of a mezzanine playing level between the par 3 and the regulation 18, talk about Tee It Forward, that campaign. I think, is that what organization sponsors?
It's sponsored by the United States Golf Association,
okay.
and that is a program that I am very excited about exploring for Braemar, for all of our holes at Braemar, actually. It's a program that revisits the old colored tee boxes at a traditional golf course. Typically, the women are hitting from the reds, the men are hitting from the whites, and then there's the blues, and we've recently added a gold tee for seniors. And those colors somewhat stigmatize golfers. A lot of senior golfers don't want to hit from the golds because it's too close to the red ladies' tees. So what Tee It Forward does is it's helping to make regulation courses shorter so that it will accommodate a much wider range of golfer. So first of all, it eliminates the stigma by completely eliminating the traditional colored tee boxes and replaces them with colors that are completely different. And it correlates the colors and the tee boxes with yardages. So you will determine which tee you hit from based on how far you can hit a drive, and then you look at, okay, well, I should be hitting from the purple tee instead of I should be hitting from the ladies' tee or the men's tee. So it gives us the ability to increase our pace of play because we'll be getting people hitting from tees that they should be hitting on, not necessarily tees that they feel that they should be hitting on. And it'll give us the ability to shorten a course so that parents will be more, it'll be easier for parents to play around with their kids because the kids can hit from tee boxes that are much shorter. So I think the Clooney 9 is a very good opportunity to participate in that program, but I'm hoping to explore that for the entire Braemar course.
Okay, and then one final question. Before the Fred, there was Normandale. And what type of amenities existed at that facility in all the 43 acres?
Prior to the city purchasing the Normandale Golf Course property, there was a park there. And we had a playground, we had some ball diamonds there. It was a very typical neighborhood park on the east end of the park, and then on the west end of the park was the Normandale Golf Course.
Okay, thank you.
Member Swenson.
I just thought before we start the public hearing, we should discuss one of the things that's kind of come back in a number of letters is this concern that closing the Fred has something to do with Hillcrest and the commercial property to the south. And I think it's really important to talk about that because that's not part of this deal at all. When Hillcrest first came into us, I don't know, a year or so ago, I think they were told a number of times in the first meeting, don't worry what's happening. It's either a golf course or a park, but it's not yours. Occasionally, they would project some idea of what it could be, and we would just remind them that it's ours, it's not theirs. And I want to be really clear about that because that's a park, that's green space, whether it's a golf course or whether it's a park or whether it's what it is today with nothing else on it. It is not any part of Hillcrest development, nor is it theirs to use.
Councilmember Swenson.
And I don't know where the confusion came, but I can understand where it could come from. So I think you have to be really clear about that. It's not Hillcrest land, nor will it ever be. And we have no intent to sell it. Though I did have a few residents that told me that I should take that land and make it housing. I thought that was interesting. But I don't think anyone on the council is interested in doing that.
If I may, thank you. At one point early on, I think Hillcrest had some drawings that showed a use of a street against the edge of the park or an extension to 77th. And we saw that in some correspondence recently where someone said, well, you've forgotten it's on this drawing. It's on a drawing that was rejected at a very, very early meeting.
You kicked them out of the room that night.
We did.
Yeah.
And no north-south street either, so no intention to put a roadway on that land.
Well, Councilmember Swenson and members of the council, these two parcels of land, the Pentagon Park parcel and the Fred Richards parcel, are close. Obviously they border each other. They're approximately, they're very similar in size. There's discussions going on with regards to the Hillcrest redevelopment of Pentagon Park. About the same time frame we're talking about our golf course. So I can understand why there have been some that have connected the two. But I can tell you that the Hillcrest plan to redevelop Pentagon Park has been moving forward under its own timeline. It has a very long list of legal requirements and requirements that the Planning Commission has signed off on and that the staff have reviewed and city attorney has reviewed. None of those requirements or clarifications or anything else in their document connect it to our golf course. So that project is going to go forward whether Fred Richards remains a golf course or doesn't remain a golf course, depending on its own merits and depending on council action. There's no impact between the two.
Thank you.
Member Bennett, other questions for staff? Member Brindle? Yeah, I've got a couple here before we launch, and I could save them too, I suppose, but let me ask a couple questions. One of the issues raised by the National Golf Foundation that we hired back in 2010 to look at our golf operations, 2011, was that the exec at Braemar and the Fred competed with each other. And so one of the things that's being proposed for the redesign is that there would be a par 3 at Braemar, and at least in one scenario there could still be an exec at Fred Richards. Do we have any information, any projections for revenue on for the redesigned par 3?
Mayor Hovland, the projections are included in the city staff part of the presentation. So we have assumed financial projections based on revenues for a par 3 moving forward.
And those par 3 numbers are subsumed in the overall golf rounds numbers, or are they separately delineated?
We do have the numbers separately called out, but they are part of the overall number of rounds.
You know, all of us, as I mentioned earlier, want to do the right thing here, but what worries me is that we're moving too fast. And, you know, I look at Member Sprague raised this issue, and here's one of the things I worry about. At Braemar, we have a lot of consolidated golf operations right now. There's the exec course, there's a driving range, there's 27 holes at championship golf. And when I look at the exec course data for the past 10 years, on average, the Fred is 3,000 rounds per year higher than the exec, which is sitting right next to the driving range. And so, you know, I'm wondering if the Fred, at least one question I have roiling around in my head is, if we had a par 3 at Braemar and we still had an exec at the Fred, what kind of revenue could we expect from that? Do we have any projections on that?
Mayor Hovland, that would be the baseline scenario, essentially. You know,
Well, why would you assume it's a baseline scenario when you don't have an exec at Braemar anymore? You know,
Mayor, I think you're looking for a hybrid scenario that they didn't project. Which
yeah, no, and that's fine.
That's
I mean,
correct.
if you don't have a projection on that's okay.
Yeah,
you
we
did
don't
a lot
have
of hard work here.
Mayor Hovland, we don't have a specific projection on that. We don't feel that it would be significantly different
There are
than the
two
baseline
different
scenario.
exec courses, though, because there's an age limit at Braemar and there is not at the Fred. I don't really think you can compare those two.
Did anyone look at going back far enough in time to before a period when the Clooney was built to look at our capacity when we just had 18 holes of championship golf? Because I think that was one of the things that drove the expenditure and the addition of that third 9 was that we maybe were out of capacity or close to being out of capacity on the 18.
That is correct, Mayor Hovland. We were turning away potentially 200 rounds a week during
200
that
rounds
period.
a week. Okay.
So we added more capacity at the time when that trend line was going in the downward projection.
Sure. If the Clooney 9, which was the new third 9, didn't exist, do we have any projections on capacity if we just had a core Championship 18 that was redesigned after 50 years to kind of upgrade the facility? Do we have anything like that yet?
We did not run that projection either, Mayor Hovland.
When you did your work on coming up with the 6-point plan, and I think Member Sprague did a good job of walking through it, were there any scenarios that you looked at that didn't involve closing the Fred? Because that's the first spreadsheet beyond the baseline, and it made me wonder if, well, what about closing the Fred? I mean, that's a logical question to ask yourself, and then you run the printout, and it looked pretty good. But did you run any other kinds of scenarios other than what you've got in the packet that look at whether there were other ways to accomplish what we want to accomplish?
We ran other scenarios in terms of increasing marketing, increasing rates, different driving range scenarios, outsourcing grill, outsourcing pro shop, reducing staff further or less. But in terms of course closures and course renovations, we did not start out with a plan to close any holes. We started out with a plan to cover 100% of our operating and capital costs, and we worked on combinations of all of these different variables to determine which one gave us the highest cost recovery percentage. And it was the close the Fred that gave us the highest cost recovery percentage in the long run.
Okay. All right.
Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
In 2012 and 2013, the Clooney 9 actually had more rounds than the regular 18 did. Here.
I've got that here.
Is that page 3 of the
Page
report?
3.
First column is Braemar 18, second column is the Clooney 9.
Yeah, well,
Well, you were asking me
Yeah.
to compare. I'm just trying to tell you
right,
the
no,
last
yeah,
couple
well,
years.
it's a difficult comparison because
Yeah.
the Braemar 9, so-called Braemar 9, gets used for 9-hole players, plus it gets used in rotation with the other.
I know, but you were just
2
asking
18s.
about rounds at the Clooney,
Yeah.
and it's kind of
So-
interesting.
Okay, I think that'll do it for me for now. Thank you. And here we are, much deeper into this than I thought we would be with not getting to folks. So let's open this matter up for a public hearing, and I think we've got this is the duo that's speaking on behalf of 20 residents, as I understand it.
How much time do they have?
And they have 15 minutes. Try to keep it to 12 if you can, guys. And make sure you give us your names and addresses before you start. Thank you.
My name is Wade Hyrigs, and I live at 4529 Guilford Drive. This is the city proposal. This is a, six-step process that they have to improve the Edina operations. We will discuss this option along with 2 other options. We believe that the Braemar course needs improvements. The current recommendation creates gaps for Edina Golf. It lacks a vision. We need more time to develop a master plan. I think as we do everything, we need to have this master plan. Before we make any critical decisions to close courses, we should have the complete master plan, include all the costs associated with that as we evaluate potential savings. We need, like I said, we need to explore all options. This is the six-step strategy that Scott just presented. This is the different variables. I wouldn't say that these are different scenarios, but these are different variables used as one scenario. We will compare. We have developed two other options, and we have some costs associated with that. In our first option, we have left Fred Richards open, but we have also followed the same steps 2 through 6. In our what we call option 3, we are closing the Braemar executive course and following the same actions. Under both of these scenarios, we have more savings than what the city is recommending. So I think this would solve any problems with a bond rating difficulty. So Fred Richards is not the problem. I think it's been talked about before that it's roughly break even. This includes the $50,000 per year allocation. This represents a 30% increase in the direct costs. So I think it might be a little high of an allocation. But the main reason that the total golf operations are shrinking in profitability is depreciation. It's the new dome that they just installed this year. The depreciation goes up significantly. Actually, the depreciation expense is higher by $1 million in that period 2015 to 2020 versus the 2-year longer period of 2007 to 2014. The other big driver in the decline in profitability is in the model, the revenue grows at 1.5% while the expenses grow at 3%. This is the option 1, what Scott and his team has presented. You see the additional savings. We have some concerns about the additional savings that they're assuming here. The two big assumptions they have is 40 to 50% of the revenue transfers from Braemar's transfers to the newly created Par 3 course. The other big assumption is that the $50,000 a year allocation of indirect costs, that they can go and take that out. If they're unable to go take those costs out of the Braemar operations, then there won't really be those cost savings. By the staff's own projections, a Par 3 course is less attractive. They had a decrement in their revenue. So to get people to go from an executive course to a Par 3 course may be difficult. As the mayor pointed out earlier, the current course has less play than the Fred Richards, despite it being right next to the range. The other thing, and we'll talk on the next slide, is both courses will be closed in 2015, and I think that's an important step in the timing of this. More importantly, there are certain expenses that the city will incur that are not included in the savings that were presented. And the first one is the cost to repurpose the land. We have put an estimate in here of $1 million, which we believe is conservative. If you look at the Pamela Park, was $3 million to convert. Also, if you look at the Van Berkenboot Park, which is nowhere near the 42 acres, that was only $600,000 to repurpose. The average cost in our estimate is about $24,000. We've also included $300,000 here for the cost to maintain a park. That number we got was $50,000 a year. We got that from the same consultant report that Scott had got, that they had said it could. They should have some cost of about $50,000 per year. We estimate that could be $75,000, but we were just conservative in the $50,000 that we included. Per confirmation from the staff, these were not included in their analysis. It is also important to note that this drives the savings from $2.3 million down to $1.0 million. Delay in the decision to close Fred Richards, as you can see from this chart, it's actually more profitable to delay this decision because the executive course is closed during the construction. What this allows us to do by having this delay is to create this master plan. It is, it will generate additional profits for the city. There's no savings from closing Fred Richards prior to construction on the driving range, so it's not like it's funding any debt or anything prior to. They're going to begin construction before there's any savings generated. Patrons will continue to play in Edina. I think it's important that if we send patrons while both courses are closed to go play, say, Glen Lakes, who's to say they're going to come back? We may give them a course that they say, you know what, I like this. I don't know that I want to come back to a par 3 course. So I think it's important that we have this delay so that we aren't alienating those people. The staff projections show those people coming back plus an increase because of the additional marketing. I know there's some concern by the City Council that we need to bank the savings prior to issuing the credit facility. I think that based on my experience, the creditor will look at your past experience of being good fiscal managers, and as Scott alluded to, we have a history of being fiscally responsible. I think they'll ask projections and see what your projections are and what are your plans. And I think if you show them that we have 3 alternatives that we are evaluating, all of which have significant savings, that it shouldn't impact your bond rating. Given the timing and savings that can be generated by the closure of Fred Richards Golf Course, we think that we should delay, and I'll let Derek talk about the other two options.
Thanks, Wade. My name is Derek Johnson. I live at 7421 West Shore Drive, and we're just going to talk about 2 additional options. But I think it's important to note that there's probably a lot more that could be explored if we're given time. Option 2 here is to maintain the existing facilities. We project that this would generate $646,000 over the next 6 years at Fred. To arrive at this, we applied the same rate and rounds increase assumptions the staff used. And we also only assumed that recovery of 50% of the lost revenue during the Bramer exec course renovation occurred. The benefit of this approach is that it ensures an executive-style course remains in Edina and creates a par 3 pitch and putt that could bring in new users to the golf course. There was a Minneapolis golf study, and it actually laid out these 3 different boxes of the types of users that use different types of courses. They would say a par 3 pitch and putt is for entertainment purposes, so I don't see a whole lot of value in that from a youth learning experience. Executive courses are for recreational and beginners or seniors who are having a more difficult time with the more difficult courses, and the Braemar 18-hole or the 9-hole Clooney for more accomplished users. The benefit of this approach also is that it eliminates the additional cash need to repurpose the existing Fred course into a park, which we estimated at about $1.3 million. Some other comments real quick. One, we didn't factor in additional rounds that could occur at Fred from the lost patrons that the Braemar exec once it becomes a par 3 pitch and putt, which we've already been told there will be a lower demand for that. And we didn't factor in the tremendous opportunity for new patrons from the Pentagon Park commercial development and the new hotel. Right now, no marketing dollars have been devoted to Fred Richards, and there are very few signs to help you get there. Despite all that, it still makes a profit. Just reminding people about the Fred and adding a few road signs could make a huge difference. And finally, I want to talk about the city staff proposal, which shows a 2020 cash balance of $1.5 million if all of these steps are implemented. I would point out that even if you don't implement the Fred closure, that $1.5 million is still a positive. It would be worth positive $700,000. So we also looked at option 3 here, which is keeping the Fred and closing the Braemar executive course. This would save $522,000 over the next 6 years, and you can see how that's laid out. Why we looked at this option? Well, we just believe that the Fred course is more ideal for the executive course players. We do think there could be a market for the par 3 pitch and putt, but if you had to close a course, we would recommend the Braemar executive course. The Fred course has a better landscape, and it's easier to maintain. There was a comment about a significant need for capital. I found that interesting when the National Golf Study actually said Fred will have maintenance requirements that will be considered at a level below the other courses in the City of Edina golf system. We believe the Fred Richards course has a much more relaxed and low-pressure recreational environment, and the Braemar environment is more competitive and is for more accomplished players, which we think is okay. I would also add that the Fred Richards course has 28,676 more rounds that have been played over the last 10 years versus the Braemar executive course. Opportunities with this option are that it provides even more space for the driving range and practice facility to make that the best that it can be. and it significantly reduces future investments that would have to be made on the new par 3 pitch and putt, both with the conversion cost to make that happen and the irrigation system replacement scheduled for 2016. I wanted to also talk about a couple other things that I've heard as concerns over the last few weeks. One, we've heard about concerns with the 9 Mile Creek Trail or the Pentagon Park stormwater runoff. We've seen designs with that trail coming through the south end of the golf course for Fred, and water runoff can be beautifully integrated into the Fred course. So we don't see those as issues. We've also heard about more parks or open space in the area. I would like to point out that we have the Cornelia Elementary Complex, which has outdoor skating rinks, baseball fields, and a new playground. We have Arneson Acres. We have Centennial Lakes, which is 1,000 meters away from this golf course. And there is space northeast of the golf course right now between Kellogg and Park Lawn that could be used for additional playground equipment or a community garden. It's not being used today. In terms of the current Fred Richards usage, I saw a study that was at 76% have not used it within the last year. I would like to point out that this course is not advertised and many don't even know it exists. But I would also add that only 42% or 58% don't use the Braemar golf course, and that's including any of the 3 different courses. So one study was for one course, and one study allowed us to lump 3 courses together. So my question is, what is the percent usage for Braemar Exec only, or the Clooney 9 only? And even at 24% for Fred, this represents 12,000 people that use this course today, with the opportunity to increase that number significantly. You can see with this plan, we would say that it's actually 2.5 times the savings of option 1 at $2.5 million. And just my last comment here is, I read that you just approved $10 million for a new sports dome and $3 million for the Pamela Park improvement, which we think is great. All we're asking you to do tonight is to delay a vote on a course that, if closed, may or may not save $100,000 annually. So our ask for tonight is to vote to table staff's recommendation to close Fred, to allow for further study before making an unreasonably quick decision on a long-time treasured community asset. We ask that you do vote to approve staff's recommended improvements to Braemar, especially the driving range, but we do ask that you table the conversion of the Braemar Exec to a par 3. And finally, we ask you to direct staff to work with appropriate resources and residents to produce a master plan for the future of Edina golf operations, to ensure that it meets the needs, Ann referenced earlier, of residents of all ages before making a decision to close the Fred. We believe there are many other options that should be explored that better service Edina golf and are more fiscally responsible than the current plan. So in closing, you've heard comments from residents over the past few weeks, and I'm sure you'll hear more tonight, about the recommendation to close Fred. And you obviously know it's a significant concern for many of your Edina residents. It directly impacts a service that has provided residents with a lot of joy over the years, and is a service that we think offers a tremendous opportunity if people just spend some time looking at all the possibilities it can create for Edina residents of all ages. We elected each of you because we know that when decisions need to be made, you will make thoughtful ones that explore in depth all the available options first. And when something impacts Edina residents significantly, you will ensure that the appropriate amount of time has been made for public input and community interaction. By delaying your vote tonight, you will live up to this practice. And once all options have been adequately explored, we will respect your decision because you have included us in the process. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, gentlemen. Folks, I want to thank you all for something, and that is not clapping. You know, there's going to be people here with a variety of opinions this evening, and I think just that that respect for each other is a very big deal. Sometimes that happens here on one side of an issue or another. So I really thank you for not applauding that presentation, or any others that are yet coming. So, yes, sir. Welcome.
My name is Bart Halling, 4424 Guilford Drive. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I want to focus my attention on concerns with the process and how Mr. Neal's proposal has reached your desk for consideration. I have 22 years plus of experience in Fortune 50 corporations, and I can tell you that I've never seen a major project create success without including the most impacted constituencies from the very beginning. This process that brought the recommendation to your desk has excluded 2 of the most important constituencies, including Fred Richards patrons, leagues, and users and players, as well as the Edina community and neighborhoods that surround the course itself. As a quick timeline recap, starting as long ago as August 2011, the National Golf Foundation analysis of Golf Operations in Edina recommended that Fred Richards should be retained with investments in marketing and advertising to drive visibility. Starting in early 2012, city officials participated in ongoing discussions regarding the 9 Mile Creek Trail, Pentagon Office Park redevelopment, and potential repurposing of Fred Richards. In May of 2013, the city hired an independent consultant, Matt Fulton, to execute yet another study on golf operations. In August of 2013, Mayor Hovland committed that no decision would be made on Fred Richards without extensive public input. 2 months later, on October 7th, developer Scott Tankenoff presented designs showing Fred Richards as closed and the land repurposed as holding ponds for stormwater runoff management from his proposed $500 million commercial development just south of the Fred Richards property. The December 6th edition of the Minneapolis-St. Paul Business Journal noted that Tankenoff was putting pressure on Edina city officials, asking, are we integrating our land or not for that purpose? A week later, the City Planning Commission meeting with the developer, there were 2 plans presented, one that had Fred Richards retained as a golf course and one that had it used as a repurposed water treatment facility for those obligations around stormwater. After more than 2 years of negotiations, discussions with the developer, planning sessions, 2 different consultants and design reviews, and with 0 input from the most impacted constituencies, those neighborhood leagues and golfers that use the facility, the staff presented the 6-point recommendation, including closing Fred Richards. I really believe that residents who live and pay taxes and live in Edina expect access to those great amenities, and for us to be allowed only 30 days to participate in that process does not seem acceptable. The process seems very calculated and shaped by the need to respond not to the residents that the city officials were elected to serve, but to a developer that could really drive a tremendous amount of new tax revenue to city coffers. And with respect to Councilmember Swenson's comments about the lack of connection, I think there is a tremendous connection between the 2 projects. In fact, the next city council member tax incentive financing voting will happen, and it's become clear through a city official confirmation that the Fred Richards property cannot be, a tax incentive financing cannot be applied to the Fred Richards property until it is converted from a fee-based enterprise amenity to an actual non-fee-based park. And I had that from a city official.
Mr. Halling, I've got to ask you to wrap up.
Sure. I respectfully submit that I believe that this has not been as open a process as was promised initially. I'd urge you to defer the decision on Fred Richards until at least the end of the 2014 season and allow for proper effective discussion on all alternative options to meet the needs out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halling.
Hi, I'm Andrea Keller, 4010 Monterey Avenue, and I'm here on behalf of the junior development and growth of the game standpoint. I just want to talk to Ann and Scott's remark about Braemar embracing the junior and women to the game. I think that's great. I love the numbers that you presented for the junior golf. I think that's even more reason we need our Fred Richards golf course to stay intact. The play it forward tees are great when there's no other option. I am a teaching professional. I teach at Interlochen. We're putting play it forward tees in, but most golf courses, the hardest part of the game is 100 yards in, so that's where we're putting our kids, the most difficult part of the course. So I would rather look for a place to encourage rather than discourage, and where they can hit an age-appropriate shot and be rewarded for it instead of sometimes penalized. So, to Fred Richards, why I think it's the perfect place to grow a golfer. And my feel is if you grow a golfer, you'll grow the game, and I know we're looking to grow this game. It's a safe, quiet place. Braemar is going to be big and busy. That's great. It's free from pace of play issues. If you're looking to create a quality round for the better player at Braemar, I don't think they're going to want to be behind a beginner player or a junior player that's maybe struggling, taking 3 hours to play 9 holes. They are able to do that at Fred. It's a safe and quiet place, free from pace of play pressures, as I was saying, the feeling of being in the way and unwanted. It is small and welcoming. It fosters independence, along with all that this game encourages just by playing. Honesty, sportsmanship, perseverance, humility, and managing emotions. We have all these great associations in our community to protect every other sport. We have like football associations, volleyball, basketball, tennis. But I look at who's protecting our children in this game, and I feel we have the responsibility to create a place that welcomes our children to the game. We need Fred Richards for that experience. The Braemar Executive is great. I had kids there, but it's hilly, it's harder to walk, getting from one over across the street and then coming back. It's a long way for these little legs to go. I would think that, again, the culture over at Braemar is going to be different than fostering really youth development. The range, great. They can state-of-the-art lessons, fabulous, but I think where they need to learn the game is on a flatter, simpler golf course. We have Fred Richards here in place, and I think if we tear it down and remove it, it's gone. We don't have the option to bring it back. So I would hope that we can consider, before we make a permanent decision, look at all the options we have. I came to Fred Richards for a reason, because as a golf professional and a teacher.
Ms. Keller, I need to have you wrap up.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening. John Velgersdyke, 4516 Sedum Lane. Good evening. Determining to close Fred Richards this evening and repurposing the golf course without a definitive and publicly vetted plan that has determined changes in park utilization, costs, traffic patterns, and the effect on neighbor property values is not the representation I would hope for, or quite frankly expect from the council, given the time period that we've had. I would encourage a comprehensive plan for the future of the property, including continued golf operations being further examined, be developed before further action. Under the current proposals, I don't see that the timing of that is a real handicap. It's proposed that Fred be open through this golf season, through 14, which gives us adequate time to fully develop what the future of Fred Richards be, whether it be a golf course or how it be repurposed. But to do that without an understanding in the neighborhood, to simply close the golf course and not understand what the future holds, I don't think is fair. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Velgersdyke. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Rich Whipperfirth. I live at 6717 Wooddale Avenue. I've been asked to read a letter from David Moody, who can't be here tonight, but had a letter in response to the potential closing of Fred. Dear Mayor Hovland and City Council members, my name is David Moody. I'll be out of town March 4th and submitting this letter. I spent the first 30 years of my life as a resident of Edina and grew up playing golf in the early 60s at the then Normandale Golf Course, now Fred Richards. Played many rounds of golf at Braemar, where I also worked 3 summers during my collegiate years. I'm a passionate golfer. Given my golf history in Edina, I very much want to see both Fred Richards and Braemar golf operations be successful. After a 15-year career as an attorney, I became president of a golf course management and acquisition company, Continental Golf Corporation, which managed 20 golf courses throughout the United States. I've been the owner of Prestwick Golf Club in Woodbury since 1996 and served as a board member of the Midwest Golf Course Owners Association, the Explore Minnesota Golf Association, and the Fairway Foundation. Fred Richards is a unique property in Edina. It's now relatively hidden within the neighborhood. The quality is both a negative and a positive. The hidden location combined with an adequate marketing campaign has resulted in very few people outside of Edina and too few within Edina knowing of the location or existence of Fred Richards. Rounds and revenues have suffered as a consequence. On the other hand, for the youth and novice golfers, Fred Richards is like a cocoon that protects them from the outside world, more concerned with pace of play than nourishing and educating beginning golfers. Senior golfers also love Fred Richards, and many prefer it to the Braemar Executive Course. The Fred is an asset that should not be given up without overwhelming evidence, and that doesn't appear to be present under the current proposal. With proper marketing, signage, and more focused programming, Fred Richards can become much more profitable than it's been. There are many people willing to assist in the project, as you've seen, and their efforts should be utilized for a period of time to see what can be accomplished. There have been comments made that the Fred Richards property should be a park, perhaps athletic fields. Given its close proximity to Centennial Lakes, this park land seems unnecessary, and the hidden location of the Fred makes it less than ideal for athletic fields, which can be more effectively located elsewhere. There's also been comments about the need for water storage on the property. A golf course is an environmentally friendly way to treat surface water, and if more storage capacity is needed, additional ponding would add to the beauty and appeal of the course. Braemar's golf complex is in dire need of renovation. The huge decline in golf rounds in the past 8 years can't be solely or even largely attributed to a general decline in rounds of golf in the Twin Cities. For example, Prestwick's golf club rounds over the past 8 years have been steady to increasing, taking out the effects of abnormal weather. I believe a major part of the decline in rounds and revenues has much more to do with poor condition of the courses and the lack of substantial ongoing capital improvements. The Clooney 9 has never been as popular as the original 18 holes, and at this time is not a positive component of golf operations. The driving range has lost much of its appeal, and the proposal to improve it's correct. The Executive 9 has fewer rounds played on it than Fred Richards, even though it's right next to the driving range. Ultimately, there are 5 steps.
Rich, I need to have you. You want to submit that letter?
Will do.
I'm
We'll
sorry,
submit the
I need
letter.
to.
Thank you very much.
We actually
All
have
right.
a copy of it.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Peterson. I live at 5620 Dorn Drive in Edina. I would like to read a statement from Mr. R.J. Smiley, 6205 St. John's Avenue, who could not be here tonight. Mr. Smiley states, I've made my living in the business of golf as a developer, owner, manager, and consultant. My goal in these various roles has always been to make every customer a repeat customer. I am a Golf Digest rating panelist. Last summer, I played and rated 47 different golf courses. Among those 47, Braemar ranked 9th from the bottom. Mr. Smiley continues, the current golf market in Edina will not support 45 holes of golf. Spreading a reduced maintenance budget over 45 holes will produce mediocre results at all courses. There is an obvious demand for an executive golf course in Edina, but not enough rounds are played to support 2 such courses. The expenses associated with an executive course outside the Braemar complex cannot be justified. Further, the driving range at Braemar is outdated and requires a complete makeover. Mr. Smiley's recommendations include the following. Close the Fred Richards Golf Course after the 2014 season. Immediately invest in a master redevelopment plan at Braemar's location. It should address a new driving range, a new executive course, clubhouse improvements, course improvements such as upgrading tees, greens, traps, and the irrigation system. That concludes Mr. Smiley's statement. Speaking for myself, a patron card holder at Braemar for 35 years, I'd like to join R.J. Smiley in calling for a comprehensive master plan to make Braemar a premier recreational facility as called for in the Edina Parks and Recreation own mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Laura Schleck, and I live at 7408 Kellogg Avenue in Edina. I wish to address the intentional and reckless disregard by the City Council for the Minnesota Environmental Review statutes and rules. Such disregard by the Council demonstrates a lack of respect for the state requirements and the environment. On February 27, 2014, the Minnesota Environmental Quality Board certified the citizens' petition filed for a discretionary environmental review to Edina as a responsible governmental unit and conveyed such certification to Scott Neal, the city manager. Minnesota Statute Section 116D.04, Subdivision 2B, requires that, quote, if an environmental assessment worksheet is required for a governmental action, as the EQB required here, a project may not be started and the final government decision may not be made to grant permit, approve a project, or begin a project until 1, a petition for an environmental assessment worksheet is dismissed. 2, a negative declaration has been issued on the need for an environmental impact statement. 3, the environmental impact statement has been determined adequate. Or 4, a variance has been granted from making an environmental impact statement by the Environmental Quality Board per Minnesota Rule 4410.3100, Subpart 1. Minnesota law requires that when environmental review is being conducted, a project may not proceed. The decision to close Fred Richards Golf Course is clearly a decision barred by the statute. Close Fred Richards is a connected action to the project which the EQB required Edina to conduct the environmental review. If one project is a prerequisite for another, it is a connected action pursuant to Minnesota Rule 4410.0200, Subpart 9B. Whenever two or more actions are related in this way, they must be considered as one project for the purposes of the environmental review currently mandated by the EQB, regardless of the timing based on Minnesota Rule 4410.1000 and 4410.200, subparts 4. The reckless and intentional disregard of the Minnesota State Environmental Review statutes and rules risk the loss of insurance coverage from the League of Minnesota Cities and litigation from the EQB. These intentional actions by the council puts the city at risk, and it should delay any decision until the environmental review is complete to alleviate this risk.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Hyrigs, and I live at 4529 Guilford Drive, and I'm 11 years old. I golf at Fred Richards on a weekly basis, and I participated in the Patty Berg League for the last 2 years. If this course were not here, I would not love golf as much as I do, I would not appreciate golf as much as I do, and I would not be as good at golf as I am now. Would you really want to not make that experience available for younger kids? Because Fred Richards continues to challenge me in every which way and will continue to challenge me for at least 3 more years, and Braemar would be too difficult for me. And if you were to change Braemar into a par 3, it would be too easy. Fred Richards is a great place for me to start my career in golf and will help me advance my skill level in order to eventually play at Braemar. If we were to close Fred Richards, you will prevent the opportunity for younger kids to learn to love the game of golf and eventually develop the skill to play at Braemar. So if Fred Richards were closed, where will I play?
Thanks, Anna.
Hello, my name is Jim Scattergood. I live at 4948 Poppy Lane. I'm a lifelong resident of Edina. I came here tonight mainly because everything I've heard, this just didn't pass the smell test, on the timing and when things need to be done. But after sitting here tonight, and I know that's been commented on quite a bit, I'm going to be a bit more succinct. After hearing some of the proposals and some of the comments made, I do not know how you can take, sorry Scott, the proposal put forth by city staff with any serious consideration at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Scattergood.
Hi, my name's Dan Olson. I actually live in Minneapolis, but I work at Seagate Technology on 77th Street, right across from Pentagon Park. I just want to speak on behalf of the league in which I...
still need your address, though, sir.
Okay, 210 West 40th Street.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Minneapolis. I play in a league at Seagate Technology, which is a corporation which is a taxpayer of Edina. I can't imagine that any of the potential tenants of the Pentagon Park redevelopment wouldn't love to have a golf course available to them to have their own league play there. Our league has over 100 participants. It's actually growing in size. We've been doing it for over 10 years. We love the Fred. The Fred is ideally suited to golfers of all playing abilities. We have very excellent golfers playing on teams with frankly, golfers who aren't that good but can compete together on this wonderful course. And I urge the council to, at the very least, delay making a decision to close the Fred. If I could just say, in a nutshell, it seems like the staff proposal is to close Fred Richards so that they can improve the driving range at Braemar. It's kind of a simplistic analysis, but I don't see hundreds of people wearing matching T-shirts trying to get an improved driving range at Braemar. But
thank you,
we have a very strong support from the community, as evidenced by our T-shirts.
Thank you. And thanks for coming to walk with the mayor.
Thanks a lot for having us.
My name is Felicity Hanson, and I live at 7457 West Shore Drive. I appeal today to the City Council to table the Park Board proposal and consider that put forth by the Save the Fred Association. The Fred should benefit from the remedies proposed by the Park Board, such as marketing, and other remedies, including those stated in the proposal. There is additional support that the City can provide, and that is accurate and fair representation of the Fred Richards course on the City website. I have a master's degree in Library and Information Science, and I have been a departmental webmaster at the Edina Public Schools for over 7 years. I have experience with organisation of hierarchies and web design. During my research of the city's golf courses, I discovered that the golf web page hierarchy is noticeably skewed. Instead of an overview that notes the different course locations, Braemar course is front and centre. One must click down to find the Fred, second to last. A serious omission for the entire site is any statement that the Fred Richards is at a different location. Descriptive language abounds to make Braemar course sound charming and attractive. Not so with Fred's page. Here the language is limited to a dull discussion of flagstick placement and how to book a tea time. There is a typo. The link for online tea reservation is dead. Another aspect, but worst of all, when the user finds the Fred's page, the city misdirects people. The map shows the Fred entrance at the corner of West 77th and Park Lawn. Given that the Fred has never had a street sign and the entrance is well hidden, this misdirection is not acceptable. Another aspect of my research related to the location of hotels near the Fred. Within 2.5 miles or less driving distance, there are 13 hotels with nearly 3,000 rooms. More to come with the Pentagon Hotel of 400 or 500 rooms. The Fred is the closest course to all these hotels. Few mention golfing as a leisure activity. That needs to change. When checking hotel driving distances, I found that in every instance, Google Maps offered one of two ways to enter the Fred. Drive down West Shore Drive and walk across someone's yard, or drive to the corner of Park Lawn before it heads east to France. At this corner, the golfer would, presumably, throw her clubs over the 6-foot chain link fence and climb in after them. I emailed Google to correct the problem. For the hotels that I've since checked, they now offer accurate directions for entering the driveway to the Fred. Considering the lack of appropriate information, the misdirection, and the general invisibility of the Fred, it is amazing to me that the course has done as well as it has.
Ms. Hanson, I need to have you wrap up.
Among the other remedies, let the city provide the Fred equal support, including marketing, fair online representation, and street lines. Don't kill the Fred before you try the remedies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson.
Thank you, my name is Paul Rosenthal. I live at 4721 Hibiscus Avenue in Edina. And Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight. As you can see, to the residents, to the community, the timeline has been very, very short and abrupt. You can see that there's a lot of talent in our community, and we want to help. We want to make Braemar the best golf course there is in the state. And we also want to make Fred Richards a place that can nurture our children. They nurture mine. They've nurtured everybody's in here. Some of the things I've heard today about sea salt or tin fish, I think those are not realistic ideas. First of all, I'm not going to Braemar and take my family to dinner. Tin fish and sea salt are in parks. They have vast amounts of people circulating around them all the time. That's not the case with Braemar. It would have to be a destination, and I don't think it's accurate. I think we want an 18-hole course at Braemar that is second to none. I think we should hire or look at hiring an actual well-known architect, and let's make this not a Nicholas course, not a so-and-so course, but our course. Let's find the person that can make this course the best course in Edina. And the people at the Fred Richards, they're not going to play the par 3. We've heard it over and over again. And I don't understand the rush, and I believe you when you say there's no connection between the Pentagon Park and the course. So if there isn't, why can't we make the money on the Fred while we're doing the work on the driving range? And even, we could make it even better. If we get rid of the Par 3 course, it could be one of the premier teaching facilities, not only in the state, but in the country. And I would like just to ask you to take time to listen to our community, to work with us, and listen to the great ideas that we come up with. And if at the end of the day you come to us and say, we've looked at all this and we think that, closing the Fred is the right thing to do, I'll respect that. But please give us the respect to see that there are other options out there. And I think that's all we're asking from you, and I would ask you to delay your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal.
My name is Wayne Vandervoort, 4525 Guilford Drive. I've lived in Edina for 54 years. I've played Freddie, I've played Bramer, and I've played private courses. And I respectfully ask the council to delay the decision. Why? Because the devil's in the facts. I respect staff for their numbers, but I ask you to respect the people who are trying to save Fred for their numbers. Why can't you appoint some type of a coalition of staff and interested citizens to work on some numbers and come up with a viable master plan, or in the alternative, go back and hire an outside consultant that you hired a couple years ago back in 11, which had excellent recommendations. Included in those recommendations was to save Fred, and in addition to make capital improvements to Bramer. We support those improvements to Bramer. It has to be done, or you're going to have no golf courses in town. So in conclusion, I ask you to defer any decision, buy some time. Fred will be open in 14. Let's come up with a plan with the staff and with members of the concerned citizens or an outside bona fide consultant and come up with a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandervoort.
Good evening. Paul Myrant, 6317 Mildred Avenue. Mayor Hovland, City Council, the model of golf is broken in Edina. There's no debating that fact, but golf must be fixed. Desirable golf and accessibility must be considered to make this expenditure work. Golf in Edina has fallen off faster than the national average. It's just hard to believe that in Edina suddenly golf has become less important and less desirable, not in this constituency. What we cannot afford to do is make our future facilities work and further sag the reputation of golf in Edina. Accessibility within these courses is important. Accessibility both for walkability and desirable play. We need a course that can be walked by young and older golfers. And in the redesign proposed by the city in the Par 3 at Braemar, there continues to be the use of holes 2, 3, 4 using bridges, steep uphills, downhills, declines, and things that will make walkability far more difficult versus the Fred Richards courses, which are flat, easily walked, and offer both a healthier and a more environmentally friendly option to the golfers of Edina. We need a course that people want to play. And the other fact is that in 2015, we will rob the constituents of Edina, the patron golfers who seek discount golf, all viable options for Par 3 or executive courses if we choose to close Fred Richards immediately and offer neither of these options for a full year. This gives our golfers no viable discount patron options for 12 full months. It is Minneapolis that's showing us the way as it concerns redesigning its golf as it pertains to a thorough and honest dialogue about the future of golf in our communities. John Irwin, Minneapolis Park and Recreational Board's Rec Committee Chairman on the 14th of February this year in the Star Tribune said in addressing their significant golf debit, this is going to have to be discussed with the public, not just amongst the commissioners. I asked that the city avoid the fire-ready aim mentality currently being entertained in the consideration of the reinvention of the golf enterprises here in Edina. Please table this motion. Let's work together to find a solution that takes a holistic approach to public space expenditures over the next foreseeable years and brings, most importantly, our golf enterprises back to a favorable financial and playable situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. Arnson, welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start over here, but I do have an overhead this time. So whoever can help me with that
Why
would be
don't you pick up that handheld mic and put your, somebody will help you place the overhead right in the middle of the
Okay, terrific.
panel there.
And I'll start with this comment first of all. I am Jerry Erickson. I still live at 6325 Mildred. And I have been an Edina resident for over 60 years. I'd like to bring up a little different testimony regarding this topic tonight, and that's a historic perspective. As staff so accurately pointed out, Fred was preceded by Normandale Golf at its current location. And what I'd like to show tonight, if somebody can help me put this on the overhead, that'd be terrific.
Just place it on that.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Ah, excellent. Oh, there you go. No, actually, I don't want that. I want that. Oh, perfect. So it'll actually look better then. That's terrific. I'll wait till she gets that loaded up a little bit for you. Okay, I hope you can see that. What you see on the bottom here is actually a display ad from the July 5th, 1962 edition of the Edina Morningside Courier. And this is kind of interesting, and I hope you give me a couple minutes to go over a couple of kind of the interesting parts on this. It says now open, and it really is displaying and it's articulating an advertisement to announce and touting the opening of Normandale Golf. It's located, a couple of interesting facts on here, 2 blocks north of Queen Anne Kittyland. And Queen Anne Kittyland comes up all over the place in a lot of your Heritage Preservation Board documents and your Historical Society website. It's accredited by the National Golf Foundation as the finest par 3 9-hole course in America. That's pretty impressive. I love the phone number, and this is creative. I mean, back in 1962, whoever owned this course was already thinking about a great phone number. 9 holes, 27 par, GOLF for golf is a phone number. You gotta love the fees, $1.50 for weekdays, and a premium price of $1.75 on weekends. Why is this important? Why is this historic perspective important? Well, it's important because this would really make this site the first and oldest public play golf facility in our city. The first, before Braemar. And why is this important? Well, the Heritage Preservation Board, in its 2000 Historic Context Study, and this is on our city website, talks about the heritage of recreation, leisure, and sport from 1910 to 1974. The opening of this golf course would clearly fall in that range. It talks about Edina has a heritage of recognition in sport. General contextual themes include the development of leisure activities and sports. And it specifically mentions golf, which is kind of interesting. The fact that the city at this point seems to be moving ahead to close this site down with, again, approximately a 30-day consideration seems kind of strange to me. I mean, this is a site, it's the longest standing site in our city where public golf has been played. And we're talking about closing this down after a 30-day debate process. As a taxpayer, I applaud city management for trying to run some of these enterprise operations more like businesses. I think that's commendable. As a taxpayer and as a golfer, I wholly and heartily support the recommendation from Master Enterprise Golf Plan. Braemar does need some fixing up. There's absolutely no doubt about it. The driving range is sorely needing in terms of repairs and updates. People are taking off of dirt out there by June or July, and that's just not acceptable. That needs to move forward. But from a business perspective, having the Fred space included in this discussion seems to eliminate options in terms as we move forward with that master plan. That space is valuable space. It can be used for other things and most likely will be a park if it's not a golf course. But as we discuss the future of enterprise golf operations, not having that facility as part of that discussion seems short-sighted, and it eliminates what could be a very viable option as we consider moving forward with our Enterprise Golf Master Plan.
All right, thanks, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else out in the outer chamber want to come forward? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Dan Oski. I lived at 4412 Guilford Drive for about 20 years, and I decided to step up here because I noticed my age group wasn't very well represented. Me and all my friends played golf at Fred's for, 15 years. And the thing that can't be overlooked, and has been mentioned many times here, is it's just a good outlet for kids growing up, something safe to do, something where you can make friends. I think most of my best memories were made out at Fred's. You get to know people and enjoy your time. And I just like the kids to be remembering this whole process, and for the committee to think about the delay. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks, John.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tim Nasby. I live at 7408 West Shore Drive. I was born and raised in Edina. I've lived here over 40 years. My wife Christy and I both graduated from Edina High School, and our 3 boys go to Edina Public Schools. I ask you to table the staff's current recommendation for closing Fred Richards and take the time for further study and review. Why do people find Edina so desirable to live? The location, highly recognized schools, the quality of life, the variety of parks, facilities, the fire, police response units, just to name a few. Fred Richards is truly special. It is special to all ages, but especially juniors and seniors. In the National Golf Foundation Consultants Report, they say that Fred Richards is, quote, beginner-friendly and a feeder facility to develop new players and help promote interest in the game of golf, is an invaluable service to the city as a whole and will benefit other golf facilities in the Edina Golf Course system. My 3 young boys now have a passion for golf because of Fred Richards. Last summer, my 13-year-old son got his first hole-in-one at Fred Richards. It's a great place for juniors to learn the game in a relaxed environment that is not like Braemar's larger complex. We've talked about it earlier tonight, but it's a different environment than Braemar. This is not a Cornelia neighborhood issue. This is a citywide issue, along with neighboring corporations who routinely use the course. I'm extremely proud of the Save the Fred supporters who live throughout Edina and the surrounding area. There has been a great deal of time and commitment put into providing the city feedback and alternatives. We just need to be heard. So far, the time frame and process with the staff's recommendation has been disappointing, and the residents of Edina expect more. We can make this work. Let's keep Fred Richards open and improve Braemar golf. Let's start the true dialogue tonight. Let's work together and move forward as the highly respected community that we are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nasby. Anyone else that hasn't spoken before? All right, I see no one coming forward.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
All right, we got a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Second. We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Questions for staff. I think one of the questions that is probably at the top of everybody's list is the EAW that one of our residents talked about, and I think that's one thing that Member Swenson and I talked about last night, as a matter of fact, and there was some concern about whether we'd have appropriate information by this evening. It was Laura Fleck that raised the issue, and the conversation was whether we should honor that filing and wait to see what the results were before we make a decision, and there was conversation about whether we would know that within the next 2 weeks. But in other words, by the 18th of March, would we know the the position of the state on the EAW requests that some of the residents have made because of their concerns over stormwater.
Your Honor, members of council, we do not have a formal response from the EQB at this point. They're obligated to provide that to us, and they said that they would. What we do have is a conversation that Community Development Director Teague had with an EQB rep today, and I'd like him to share that with you, with the understanding that we will receive a formal response that will require some council consideration and action at some point. But Mr. Teague, could you share that conversation, please?
Director Teague.
Certainly. Members of the council, EQB staff did indicate that they had mailed it off to us, so we should be receiving it shortly. They did indicate that it didn't rise to the level of a mandatory EAW that would be needed for that site, so it's discretionary. It would be up to the council to decide as to whether an environmental review would be required. It is separate from the Pentagon Park project. As you know, an environmental review was done for that project. This would be separate. You wouldn't, because that petition is forthcoming, it would preclude you from doing a project on the golf course. It doesn't prevent you from making a decision as to whether the golf course would stay open or not. But before you hired anybody to do any work, you would have to make a decision as to whether an EAW was required, or you would order an EAW for the change of use at the Fred Richards Golf Course.
So we don't have this in writing. You just have it as a verbal.
That's
correct.
But we will see it in writing.
We will.
And will we see it in writing before our next meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to recommend that we wait to vote on this until we've seen it in writing. I think that that is the safest thing to do. I don't want, not that I don't trust you, Carrie, I do. But I think that the residents filled out all the paperwork that we at least deserve to know what exactly it says when we get it. So.
And even when you do receive that letter from EQB, it's important to note that EQB is telling you this is a discretionary EAW. Yep. You can ask that one be prepared, or you can say it doesn't have to be. EQB is not going to order the city to continue to operate this 42 acres as a golf course. They're not going to do that, but they will. But they will give you direction if you're going to make a change of use to consider the environmental impacts. And so there will be some mandatory council response to
But any
that.
change of use, if we were ever going to do it, is also going to end up at the watershed district.
Correct. That's right.
Personally, I'd like to see the language they use, any regulatory provisions that they cite, and study that myself before we make a decision. And if the receipt of it is imminent both for us and for the residents that filed it, I think we owe it to them and ourselves to be reviewing that and discussing that along with every other issue that we're facing here in one session. So
may I suggest, though, because there were a lot of things brought up tonight that had some questions attached to it, and this is our public hearing for it, even though the public hearing part of it is closed, that I think with everyone here, we need to address those questions. So if we're going to put it on the agenda for 2 weeks from now, I still think we need to continue the conversation that relates to the questions that were brought up.
Correct.
Which is our usual practice.
Which is our usual practice anyway.
So.
There was one question. Have we precluded being able to build an executive course at Braemar, or you just, when we did the extension of the driving range, we widened it, we extended it, but we did we look to see if we could maintain an executive course there? Not necessarily.
No, we definitely did look at that, Member Swenson, and the best that we would be able to do likely is one par 4 hole with the expansion that we're recommending for the driving range.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the folks raised the issue of if the driving range project went forward, Director Catry, I think this is probably for you, or Manager Neal can certainly opine as well. Wouldn't it be important to be thinking about, while that driving range project is being done and the executive course is being converted to a par 3, that we think about being able to have people go over to the Fred and be able to use the Fred in 2015. Was that given consideration?
That was given consideration, Mayor Hovland, and Eric Rogerman might be able to answer that question in more detail than I would be able to, but I can tell you that with this golf course renovation, we would be looking at having the executive course to potentially a par 3 course closed for approximately 10 months. So if we close that course in August or September, it would be closed until sometime between May or July of the next year. So the losses incurred would not be significant because we would be doing it during our slowest season.
Does the construction work take that long, or is there an assumption that you do the work in the fall and then wait and finish the work in the spring?
It would be a combination, Mayor Hovland, of the work in the fall and in the spring, and for the growing time for the grass.
There was a question about TIF. What was that question, Joni? I think you took notes on it.
I think it was a question about sales tax, given what it was, and if Manager Neal or Attorney Knutson would care to make the distinction between an enterprise and a park facility with respect to the sales tax legislation that's been passed in the legislature.
Yeah, I didn't.
That was the only context that made sense for me, is that was the reference.
It was something about the use of TIF.
But you can't. But you don't use TIF on recreational facilities.
No.
I think what the party was stating was that if it remains a golf course, you can't use TIF from the adjacent development, and if it doesn't remain a recreational facility, you could potentially use TIF from the adjacent development. That was the point.
For non-recreational use.
So the point was trying to make a connection between the development and a possible future funding source, which is in actuality is true.
Yes.
For stormwater management, for
sewer, streets,
trails and walking facilities, sidewalks, pathways. Those are all potential TIF-funded expenses.
If they're transportation related.
Right. Which they would be. So athletic fields would not fall under that umbrella.
Or nor playgrounds.
Same for maintenance. For just like Centennial Lakes, you have a CAM charged to the adjacent uses. In a redevelopment of Pentagon Park, you could charge a CAM to those, whether it's commercial, residential, or both, that would help support the park. So yes, there is a potential funding source for both capital improvements and maintenance of a future park. It's in the legislation.
All right. A couple of folks commented about the lack of marketing effort at the Fred. What kinds of dollars have been spent marketing the Fred over the past few years?
Mayor Hovland, our marketing budget for the golf course operations has been small. We have spent in the range of $20,000 to $30,000 for our entire golf course operation, and as part of our plan that we're proposing going forward, we are recommending a significant increase in our marketing budget for our entire golf operation.
Okay. So one of the things that would be important in marketing is having a good product to market, and this notion of having a master plan before we launch out with some of these other activities, like making a decision to close the Fred at the end of the 2014 season based upon the financial analysis that was done by the city, which is certainly one way to approach the issue. It just seems to me that there are other ways to look at this challenge of trying to right the golf operations, and one of the proposals came from a consultant that we hired, NGF, and I'm looking at the 8 recommendations, the most important NGF recommendations for Edina Golf that resulted in some pro formas that they created that showed us to be profitable by 2015, and none of the suggestions that they make involve closing the Fred. They involve things like, well, there's one thing I think all of us believe is true: no change in existing management structure, invest in remodeling the Braemar Range and the exec course, which is exactly what you're proposing as our first investment, invest in a new cart pass system at Braemar, so that we can deal with better deal with wet conditions, improve and modernize marketing practices and move away from previous out-of-date business practices, which is something that you're doing. Get all the revenue centers on the same POS system. I think you've done that. Resist large-scale capital projects that have a low return on investment, such as remodeling the Clooney 9. Create a reserve for replacement of the Braemar irrigation system. We haven't been able to do that, of course, because of the situation that we're in. And then kind of watch the performance of the Braemar Grill, which is something that you've been doing, and you've got a recommendation on that. For me, there are still things that roil around in my head that could be options here, including looking at, again, the recommendations of NGF on how to become profitable without potentially closing the Fred. Now, I'm not saying that I would be opposed to closing the Fred if, after vetting all these different options, we found that that was the logical thing to do and not the only proposal before us. But I think about things like, well, what if we didn't have the Clooney 9 and instead people have written to me and suggested this, and some of our own staff have even talked about this. And we've had an aversion to selling public property or park property to private developers, but there's a theoretical way to pay for all of this, and that is potentially looking at, how many lots could you create up on the Clooney 9 on the hilltops up there to potentially sell to developers or homeowners that want to build up there, and take care of all of these things that we want to do without trying to find a different source of money, whether it's through bonding or taking money from the capital improvement plan. That's one idea. And there are other things that I think about too. If you can push a bucket of balls out the driving range window for $8 and it costs you $1.25 and you make $6.75, we sell a round of golf and make $5. Are we undershooting the mark by not moving all the way to Braemar Boulevard with some kind of a practice facility that will actually be a greater revenue generator than the main course? If we did that, if we analyzed that and looked at what's going on around the country, and we thought, hey, that's an idea that needs to be explored further, then does that mean that the Fred has life in some other capacity? I mean, does it continue as an exec? Should it continue as an exec? These are some of the things that I think about and are concerned about, because once this course is gone, it's gone forever as a golf course. And we know that there are a lot of kids that trained, and it's a great place for seniors to walk. I appreciate all those things, but I would close it if I thought it was important to do. So, I tend to be persuaded by the notion that we ought to take a little bit more time than saying we're definitively closing this thing at the end of 2014. Maybe we even say that there's a soft close or a probable or a potential close at the end of 2015. But we take a lot of this talent that we've got in our town and we put it to work. For me, 50 years after Braemar was built, and it was one of the premier golf courses from a municipal standpoint in the 60s and through the 70s with some pro tournaments there, I'd like to see it return to its former glory. And it doesn't mean that we have to be charging $80 a round, but there are some things that we can do out there that would really improve our product and make it easier for you to market. Now, I know your thinking is that the only way we can do that is if we close the Fred, and I just want to make sure that that's true. You know, maybe that is true, but I can't get comfortable with the notion that we need to do that right now. That's what I worry about.
Your Honor, you had a lot of questions in there and observations, and I want to take a little bit of time and respond to them because they're important. Our goal when we took up this study our goal was not to figure out a way to close Fred Richards, because closing that golf course is a loss to the community. It's a loss to many of the people in the room tonight. It's a loss to the entire community. So that wasn't our goal. But our golf enterprise is in bad shape, and it's really hard to see a path clear to improving the financial sustainability of the golf enterprise without sacrifice. And while it would be good to be able to do that, I don't see how we can do it given the idea that we want as much of the golf improvements to come from golf revenues, and given the idea that there's concern, I think, in the council about what our overall level of borrowing is going to be. If we have a parameter that says we don't want to borrow more money and borrowing more money with the state of the operations at our golf enterprise, given what that is, the only source of money to do the improvement, to do the planning, which I would agree, if we had money in our CIP to do a great master plan, the best possible thing we could do would be to spend money on a master plan and then to implement that master plan. But we don't even have the cash available in our CIP or in our golf operations to do a master plan, unless we don't do something else in our CIP. So the strategy of trying to identify operating expenses and operating costs that we can net out and leverage to do a driving range expansion that we all agree will drive cash and cash flow, that we could then use to do the master plan, which we can then use to leverage a new debt financing to do bigger improvements at the golf operations. That's the strategy that we are proposing to you. Are there other strategies that are better? There could be, but given the parameters that we're operating under, I'm not sure that there are.
Are there other questions, though, that we need to answer? Because we've already committed to...
I kind of drifted into a comment.
That's okay.
There
the soapbox was there. You're allowed to get on it every once in a while. But I just want to make sure that if there was any other questions that someone came up with
Yeah, good point.
That we get them all answered tonight.
Yeah, Member Sprague.
Thank you. So go back to the NGF study, because that's come up both in public correspondence, and the mayor just brought that up. And when we're talking about parameters, what were the parameters given to that consultant? I mean, because I see in your studies, for instance, you have staff reduction. So we need to know if we were working from the same parameters as well. And for everybody out there to know that the NGF study was our first foray into tackling a problem that has been in existence for many, many years.
Member Sprague, thank you for the question. That study was done almost 2 years prior to me being in my current role. But my understanding from what I've heard from staff and from park board members is that when the NGF study was completed, they were directed to not look at closing any golf courses, and they were directed to not look at any staff cuts.
In other words, a baseline scenario within that baseline scenario of operations.
Yep. Yes, Member Sprague, that is correct. So they were given the direction to determine the best course of operation given the existing conditions.
That is the direction we gave them.
That is a totally different set of parameters than what is in the current situation. Someone also mentioned pacing, walkability. It's back to, and I know we can't master plan yet. We have to do it somewhat in, just in theory right now. But can any of those issues be addressed at the Braemar facility?
Member Sprague, there are certainly issues that can be addressed as part of the master planning process, definitely. There are some terrain issues in the existing Braemar executive course that will not be mitigated, certainly. We have significant watershed issues. We have floodplain issues. So we do have significant constraints in that area in which we need to operate. We feel that the plan that is presented for the repurposed Par 3 course is going to significantly increase the safety and the playability of that 9. Will it ever be as flat as what you see at Fred Richards? No, it certainly will not be. But we do believe that we will significantly improve the playability of that 9.
And then one other thing I wanted to discuss about when the conversation with the community started. As I recall, we received some type of petition last summer. Do you remember, Bennett?
I have correspondence in my file starting in July 2013, petitions and some telephone calls from league members. So there was information in the community, in the golfing community at Fred Richards in the summer of 2013.
And I had ongoing correspondence with a gal who was in a league from, I don't know, maybe late fall all the way through. I was trying to update her as to what was going on and anything new. So certainly that wasn't a community-wide conversation, but I think the rumblings were out there.
In fact, June 2013 is the oldest piece of correspondence I have here.
Okay.
One other question that came up. I didn't mean to interrupt you if you were...
No, go ahead.
I think inherent in a couple of comments was, well, they were direct comments. Why don't you use 2014 to think about all options? What are the consequences of using 2014 to think about all options and holding off on a decision to close Fred Richards in 2014?
Mayor Hovland, I would defer to the comments that Manager Neal stated earlier. We felt like we needed to make an aggressive plan so that we had leveraged money to be able to afford the driving range proposal this fall. If we are going to build a driving range at Braemar this fall, I've received the advice from architects that we should be bidding that project in April or May of this year in order to be able to schedule that project and to receive good pricing for that project for the fall of 2014.
You just used a great word that some of the folks in the neighborhood have used too, and that's that word leverage. And, I think that's the common goal here is to figure out the best way to leverage our golf resources. And certainly the staff's idea of the 6-point plan that you have with closing of the Fred being one of the prongs of the plan is one idea, but I'm not convinced that it's the best way to leverage our golf resources. I might eventually be convinced of that, and I don't think it would take me that long, maybe through this year, to figure that out with a lot of other people's input.
Are we having a discussion to vote?
Yeah, so I don't, so I keep going from question to comment. Any other questions that folks had? Well, I think we were talking about tabling once we get
Mayor,
there.
What I suggest is I actually would like to hear staff in our next meeting respond to some of the additional options that were brought forward by the community tonight.
It's a good thought.
Yeah. Some of it included park savings or savings for park investments that, as I said tonight, would be offset by TIF and CAM and some other sources of money. And then there are some other assumptions in there. So I think they should respond to that, and I'd like to see if that changes our recommendations at the next meeting. So, but in terms of my comfort with waiting through this year to make a decision, I am not comfortable with that. This has been going on for many years, and like the good Nordic population that we are, we admire a problem well. But I think some action needs to be taken. I think that's why staff has come forward with this timeline and this timetable, and I think she's talked about that clearly, and so has Manager Neal. And I think we need to take some action on this. So I would move to table this to the next meeting and receive additional staff comments at that time about the proposals that were brought forward tonight.
I will second the motion.
Discussion. I'd support that motion as well. I think we need that EAW information. It gives us a chance to think, too, as council members about everything. It gives staff a chance to respond to the Friends of the Fred proposals. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. And in typical council fashion, if people want to submit things in writing between now and the next meeting, feel free to do so, to supplement your comments that were made here this evening, or things you've sent in by email. The public hearing is closed. There will be no further public input, but there will be
at the meeting. There's public input at any other time.
So it will not be a public hearing next 2 weeks from now, but we'll have an active council discussion on everything we've heard this evening. So thanks to all of you for coming this evening, and thanks for your input. Where the hell is that? I find disappeared too.
Scott, will you be meeting with the public before the next meeting? Will you take time to meet with all these brave gentlemen, people that are just doing? Yeah. Okay. That's our real concern. Meet with us. We can come up with a plan here. Thank you.
Well, here's the biggest thing.
Sit down with the public.
I don't remember either, but yeah, it was. I mean, you've used it in the right context. Really, study something forever. Nobody admires a problem better than we do.
Yeah.
in this part of the country. Yeah. All right, we've got community comment. Anyone in the audience wish to come forward with respect to an issue that wasn't on the agenda this evening? All right, seeing no one coming forward, we'll move on to the next portion of the agenda, reports and recommendations. First matter 8A is Ordinance 2014-03, which is amending Chapter 2 of the Edina Code regarding boards and commissions. Ms. Mangan.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. During the board and commission interview process, it became apparent that the council was desirous of adding a position to the Energy and Environment Commission. In order to do so, there needs to be a slight amendment to the ordinance, so it's been prepared for your review. If the council concurs, I would ask that you adopt the agenda. The motion would include waiver of second reading.
Council comment?
Just in terms of the numbers, so most of our commissions have 9, this one has 11. Is this envisioned as a long-term change based on work capacity of the EEC? Or?
Well, Park Board, unless we make a change, still has 10. Have we made a change to that ordinance yet? I do not believe that we have.
Member Bennett, were you referring to the Art and Culture Commission?
I was referring to the Arts and Culture
Yeah.
Commission.
Thank you very much.
No wonder we all look so confused. But Park Board has 10. Arts and Culture Commission
Arts and Culture
has 10.
actually has 9.
Yes,
when I checked the website, I was my remembrance was incorrect, so I did check it out, and it was reduced to 9 at the time that it was turned into the Arts and Culture Commission,
Yep.
which allows you to make your appointment without any change.
Okay, so at this point, it's just Park Board then that has
It is
10.
just
Manager Neal, you have your pen in the air.
I do. I think I know this is going to be approved, but I do want to tell you that more is not always better. That there is, when we talk about optimal group size for human groups, 5 to 7 is normally looked upon as being the optimal group size. When our groups get to be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, it does add to the complexity of management of the group, and I just want to offer that to you before you vote to approve this.
I think we understand it. Our issue with this particular appointment was that we had 2 incredibly qualified people, and one of them brought in a whole new area of water work and environmental work. And it was really important. That was an area that Energy and Environment wanted to work, but they didn't have the right person to lead that working group. So it's actually at the request of the chair of Energy and Environment that we're doing this. Now, I wasn't particularly in supportive of it, but I was a minority, so I will accept the majority's wishes on this one because I think that they're probably right.
I'm in the minority as well, but I shouldn't say the minority. I agreed to go along with the consensus, so I can hardly be said to be in the minority.
Agreed.
But I too share Manager Neal's concerns. I think all the boards should be at or near 9. I mean, the Park Board, I don't know why we allow for a deadlock. I think we should, at some point, maybe look at trying to get all commissions to 9. Maybe it's not in the next 2 years, but maybe it's in the next 6 years.
In the case of the Park Board, of course, one of those seats is filled by vote of the school board.
And that's true. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, you're right. It's an ex officio.
Right.
I think we were also persuaded by the chair of the Energy and Environment Commission's representations regarding their workload.
Yes.
And
yes,
all of us, I think, that evening agreed that this should take place to accommodate the workload that they have. That may change over time. We can change this again.
Right.
Sure.
Good point.
Well, I would move this, including second reading.
I will second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to approve this matter with a waiver of second reading. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Brindle?
Aye.
Member Sprague?
Aye.
Member Swenson?
Aye.
Member Bennett?
Aye.
Mayor Hovland?
Aye. Next is the Edina Community Health Board seat, and where is Mr. Brown? There he is. We have a little. All right.
Well, Mayor and Council, thanks for taking this time to review this topic. This is a new item for me as well, being in my new position. Basically, SHAC is a statewide group that does carry some, I guess, sway around Minnesota concerning health issues. And we do have a seat on that committee and haven't had a representative for the last few meetings. So the goal with this submission is to solicit participation from any of the members or give us some direction on who should be that member.
And our previous representative was the staff liaison, correct?
I believe that
Sherry?
Yes, Sherry was the representative
Okay,
before
thank
she
you.
was.
Member Bennett.
I have some history on this because Idell Longman, who served on the Community Health Committee and the Human Rights and Relations Commission simultaneously before we changed the code, but served 9 years on the Community Health Committee, was a member of that body. Was Member Brindle also a member of it? Okay.
No,
but Ms.
she might
Longman
want
was. And she was very active in SHAC and was in fact one of their conference planners. I did speak with her today.
Okay.
She said that it should be a person, she would advocate, based on her experience, for a person from the commission. She understands that there are elected officials serving from the counties. In many instances, those are an amalgamation of rural counties, and so it's quite a large area that's being covered, and there is that direct connection with government. With Bloomington, whose designee was a council member who's now retired, and that's reflected in the minutes that were part of this packet. And I don't know who they will designate. We'll all recall that Bloomington is our public health services provider, so there is again that closer tie between official function. I note that Richfield, which is one of the cities also served by Bloomington Public Health Department, has a member of their commission as their designee. So back to Ms. Longman's comments, she just said that she recommends a person from the commission with a background in and love for public health, not necessarily a professional background, but someone who with that very strong interest in work. She thinks that, at least in her experience, there was a little bit of lightness on focus on chronic disease and mental health issues. She hopes that that focus is increasing. It was during the last years of her service. And she also favors, as we've all tried to do with our board and commission appointments, using the abilities and perspective of our volunteers.
Yep, thank you for calling her and asking her what really would work best, because I
It's
appreciate
valuable,
that.
yeah.
That's really valuable information. And I guess
yeah, I
I would
think it is too.
accept that as probably the best decision.
Well, nonetheless, I think that if there's a council person that really wants to serve, we should entertain that as well. Yeah.
Well, I don't have a background in health,
No,
so I'm
but,
going,
Shaq-
not that I wouldn't want to serve, but I don't,
Shaq
that
Brindle.
isn't.
Can I ask a question? If we were to appoint someone from, or I'm sorry, if we were to go with a commission member, would the Community Health Commission pick their own delegate, and then we'd approve it?
I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The meetings of this group, I believe, are quarterly, and Ms. Longman did stress that someone who volunteers for it should have the passion, but also the time to commit to it.
I think it would be a valuable professional development opportunity, or in this case, non-professional development opportunity for one of our board and commission members, and to develop some additional expertise in our commission structure.
Member Brindle?
Well, why don't we check with the Community Health Commission?
Good idea.
And see, I can think of a couple of people who would fit that very well. They have young children, they work full-time. So let's give them the opportunity to consider it. And if they feel that it isn't going to work for them, then certainly I served on the Community Health Committee a number of years ago and have a passion for it. So I could be the representative, but let's ask them first.
Could also be an alternate, because I think
Right.
before,
Right. Yep.
yeah, right? That's how it was before.
That's how it is.
They're always paired, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
And welcome.
Thank you.
By the
Yes,
way,
give
to
that
the city of
chance.
Edina.
So
We're
there-
going to have to get a higher microphone, though. If you're gonna-
There is a meeting of this group between now and then, but I'll go to that one, and
You can go Friday?
yes. And so then
Thank you.
I'll bring it to the commission, and so basically solicit
Nomination.
a nomination from them.
Yep, we'll put it on the
And
next.
after going to one of the meetings, you'll have a better ability to describe the workload.
I hope
And
so.
Thank you very
And,
much.
And please carry forward Member Bennett's notes. You said light on mental,
Chronic illness?
yeah, chronic illness and mental health.
She saw as being particularly issues of particular growth or concern in this community and felt that they deserved perhaps more focus and attention than had been given in the past.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
All right, good. Thanks, Jeff. All right, we got a resolution 2014-26 accepting various donations. We got a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
Need a second? Motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Carried. And this period, we got a couple of very nice gifts for the Edina Park and Rec Department. Dow Chemical, $1,000 for recycling containers for the edible playground, and then the Edina Rotary Club, $2,900 for the Larry Nelson Golf Program. One of our former pros who passed away from brain cancer a few years ago. So, thank you to those organizations. Next, we have the 50th and France parking ramp and related streetscape improvement matter. Mr. Neuendorf.
Yes, good evening.
And Mike.
Good evening. Is that on? All right. Excellent, thank you. Good evening. Tonight we have two matters to bring up regarding 50th and France and the parking ramps and the proposed improvements. These items are carried over from the previous meeting on February 18th. So there's two topics. Item D is the proposed resolution seeking approval for improvement number P23, which is the repairs and improvements to the existing parking ramps. This evening I have Dan Coyle with Kinley Horn and Associates. We also have the presentation that we used last time. If you'd like us to run through that again, we're happy to summarize it. If not, maybe we'll just stand for questions.
I think there were concerns last time by both Member Swenson and Member Bennett. And maybe turn to either one of them or both of them and ask them if they've had those concerns addressed as we look at this item and the next item.
If I may, I am really grateful. This is a new and improved version. I really appreciate the level of detail that's been gone into with the parking plan, the specificity of it. I think the rules are are clear. I have one question about enforcement of the rules, and otherwise everything made complete sense to me. I appreciate the percentages, appreciate some of the changes that were made, and am grateful for the clarity and the changes.
And Member Swenson.
Well, one, I'm no longer sick, so that really improves my mood. But actually, no, thank you. I would echo Member Bennett's remarks. I appreciate your response, and I'm very happy. And I'll let Member Bennett ask her question, and then I'll probably make the motion.
Just one question, and that is, when there is a space that's marked customer and employee, how do you enforce the permit regulations, or how are you proposing or thinking that you're going to enforce?
That's an excellent question. So when we were here a few weeks ago, we are using and relying on the current language in our ordinance, which allows the city to sell parking permits to employees, but the current language doesn't exactly mandate that an employee purchase a permit. And that was part of the conundrum that we've been learning about as we've talked to the enforcing officers, with the police department, and also the businesses. So in this package, part of the reason why it expanded from 1 page to about 6 pages is that we actually added enforcement language in our code to make it very clear that employees who choose to park in the ramp, because there's lots of other ways to get to work, But for those that choose to park in the ramp, they must buy a permit. And we also added a paragraph that says failure to purchase a permit is a violation. We never had that in our code today, so the police officers were at a crossroads where they knew there was a violation of intent, but they couldn't issue a ticket for it. So that has changed in this document. With any rules, it is about enforcement as well. We've heard loud and clearly from the business owners as well as the council and the other stakeholders that customer parking is the higher priority, and that with any enforcement, we don't want to chase away customers, but we want the people that are there on a regular basis to park in the best places for them, which is actually the worst places for the customers. So there will be enforcement. It will be not specifically targeted at employees, but the intention will be to clear up as many parking spaces for the customers by having the employees stick to the rules and face a ticket if they don't.
And to that end, there are three kinds of spaces, if I'm correct. There are the customer-only spaces, where you cannot park even if you have a parking permit. There are the employee-only parking spaces, and the customer-only spaces are 49% of the spaces in the area. And I appreciate, again, that clarity with percentage, and I think there was also some allocation among categories. And then the employee-only spaces, which are 8% of the total, and those spaces then would require a permit, I would imagine.
That's correct.
And then customer and employee spaces would be 43% of the total, allowing, I guess, flex spaces.
Those spaces would still be first come, first serve, as they are today. We don't believe that this is going to be the perfect solution. There will still be periods of the day where it's tight, but for most of the time, for most of the ramps, for most of the people, they should be able to find what they're looking for.
And people should be a little careful about noting the hours, because the hours will be enforced regardless of who is parking in that spot that's marked customer or employee. That's
also correct, and that was an adjustment we also made in the last 2 weeks based on the input and by talking to the businesses as well as our police officers. By encouraging employees to park in the right place, but yet allowing a very long period of time for them to park in other places, was actually incentivizing them to park someplace where we don't want them to park. So we're suggesting that we change some of the parking limits to encourage employee compliance, but to still allow a customer who wants to come and go shopping at one store and then grab a bite for lunch with their friend to still have an extended shopping experience. So we're trying to find that balance between having customers who are there for more than just a quick 30 minutes and employees that might want to park all day. With this proposal, we think we're awfully close.
It looks very good to me. Thank you.
Good. So we've got the first matter was
Members break.
members break.
Yeah, just one question. So, and then you also simplified the permit fee structure. So now we're down to one flat $10 fee, no zones. And
For now.
And that, well, I'm just saying for now, that lower threshold and the ease of application and understanding should also encourage compliance.
That's correct. When we were here 2 weeks ago, we were suggesting a more complicated fee structure. And as we are starting to get more serious about the construction that's coming up this summer, talking with business owners, talking with property owners, there was concern about having a complicated system at the same time that we're having construction happening, so maybe some stalls aren't even available. We just thought it was too much change too quickly, and some of the business owners were concerned that maybe it's too much right now. We would want to consider that. We would want to consider a more varied fee structure in the future, but for the time being, let's see where this goes, how it works. But for 2015, we would be intending to review these fees and see if there's a better way to achieve these goals.
Well,
But
I
for
know those
2014
80 lower level spots that were going to be more money, that money went to their maintenance. So actually, once construction is done, it's to their advantage to have us up the prices on those for employees, because that directly goes to help them maintain the ramp.
It'll be interesting to see how the flat fee works out. So I'm comfortable with this first phase. I think it's a good start.
So D is the resolution,
That's
the
right.
improvements themselves.
So we need to move on that one before we,
Right, that's the,
Okay.
that requires a four-fifths roll call.
so can I move resolution 2014-18? What?
Did you have a question or a comment?
That was going to be my point, because we were really arguing a resolution that's
Yeah,
in
coming up.
8E.
Yeah.
So,
Or discussing it, just going on.
well, discussing, right, but I just wanted to clarify, that's not the one that we have to pass another one first.
The motion I just made was on 8D, which is 2014-18.
And I will second, noting that I don't think that there was any disagreement over the need for the improvements. It was just how all, the entire system was going to fit together, and it looks like all the pieces are now in order.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on 8D, which is Resolution 2014-18, which, as my colleagues point out, deals with the improvements in the ramps and the allocation of the cost of those improvements. So, any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. And then we have 8E, which is the parking permit policy and the fees that have been proposed, modified because of Member Swenson's pneumonia.
Yes,
And her,
and I'll move 2014-27 now that the pneumonia's gone.
And I will second.
all right. And an improved product, I must say, with your, I don't want you to be sick all the time.
I don't ever want to do that again. Yes, thank you.
But it was some good work.
It was brutal.
Mayor and
all
Your
right.
Honor, may I just clarify that that motion was to grant second reading to ordinance
Yeah, this-
2014-2
right, and this is-
to adopt the resolution, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
it follows the action requested, which includes second reading.
Yes.
And this is a roll call as well.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
Aye.
Discussion.
Oh, sorry.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Okay. How is this enforceable? If there's a car there, how do you know it's a customer or an employee?
Doesn't matter.
And if how do you know it's a customer or an employee? How do you know that that's an employee using the ramp without a permit?
That's an excellent question. In the last several months, starting, I believe, December 1st, we started a new enforcement policy at 50th and France, where we had community service officers visit on a more random basis, but they really focused on the morning period, which is not necessarily intuitive because the busy period is during the lunch hour, but they went and looked to see which cars were parked in the prime spots Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at the same time, and realize that those folks are going to work every day parking, and when they're there in the morning, they come back in the evening and the car is still there. So it's not a customer. Those are the ones they've been issued several warnings, and the next step would be to ticket those vehicles. It can be reasonably presumed that those are employees. But ultimately, we're looking for cooperation with the businesses. As we have a stronger rollout of this new permit policy, our new ordinance will say that employees who choose to park in the ramps must buy a permit. We'll be looking to work with the businesses to help us with compliance. We've heard from several managers that they want their employees to park in the right space. They want their customers to have an available space, but the managers also feel like their hands are tied because they can't go chase their employees. But I think working cooperatively, it could be a system where they give us a roster of who are their employees and what are their license plate numbers. That's what some businesses do now voluntarily, and we'd be looking to work with businesses to help us partner up on enforcement. But it's not easy. It's not. No one walks in with a employee sticker on the forehead.
So what you're really looking for, not looking for, I guess, what you end up finding is that car is parked beyond the limit of that space. And that's why, after a couple of warnings, it gets ticketed, not because they've detected that it's an employee per se.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right, thanks.
Can I follow up with that with related? So we did not do security cameras in the ramps, correct?
In this proposal, there's no proposal for security cameras.
Because
Correct.
it seems like that's something we could have used for enforcement as well. I don't know if there's a way that we can apply to the crime prevention fund, or maybe it's a funding source later, but I just am throwing that out there as a discussion. What do you think?
We discussed that quite a bit, various technologies that are available to help with enforcement, and as well as counting cars that go in and out. And there's price tags with each of those systems. Speaking with our police officers,
They're wireless now, though.
Some are wireless,
Yeah.
yes. Yep. Speaking with our police officers, there's no true security problem. It's more
Okay.
perception.
Mhm.
So that's why we feel that by upgrading the lighting and making the darker corners brighter, it'll make people more comfortable and it'll help them feel safer. Plus, the police still do their enforcement, so they're still out there keeping an eye out. So as far as security issues, we think we're in good shape there. And it didn't really justify the extra cost of adding cameras to do the license plate scans.
Okay.
Dan can correct me if I'm wrong here, but one of the other reasons to do the scans is to actually count cars in and count cars out, count the number of hours that they're there, charge them a fee when they leave, and we've heard loud and clear that the business owners are not interested in charging customers fees.
So if we installed big faux 1980s size cameras, there might be some deterrence factor there, but
there could be
another time.
Seems like this cat and mouse game of enforcement is going to be multifaceted and kind of learn as you go to some degree.
That's
But you're
right.
going to need, I mean, as an essential element of it, you're going to need the cooperation of the employers to mandate to their employees that they give them information on every vehicle they own and drive. And so I hope you get that level of cooperation.
We'll start off asking for it voluntarily, but I think I mentioned that I wish we could say that this was the final answer. But as we've spoken with so many longtime business owners, they've been struggling with this for a decade or longer, trying to find that right combination of hours and where do you park and how long do you park and how do you attract the customer and still allow for employees to do what they need to do. So I think we're another step closer, but I know there will be some adjustments over the next years. And there's provisions in here to keep an eye on it, to monitor it and come back and update it as necessary.
Any other questions on 8E, matter 8E, which embodies Resolution 2014-27? We're on second reading. Roll call, please.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
You know
And
what, just after that, not that it had anything to do with this motion, but I just have a question. Who and why would park their car overnight in our ramps?
Visitors to the
50th and France,
condos
yep.
up at 50th and France.
Ah.
Do you remember when we built those, and that was one of their issues?
They wanted to be able to get permits so they could do that.
There also is at least one business that has a business model where they have company vehicles that they park for their employees. So they come to work, grab the car and their equipment, and then go to their job. So there is at least one business that has that practice already. Again, not that we want to discourage their business model, but we want those cars parked in the right place, not where a customer should be.
All right. We've got one final action item here tonight. It's the appointments to advisory boards and commissions. Is there a motion there?
So moved.
Second.
I noticed one typo on the Heritage Preservation Board. Bruck.
I did.
Bruck McCullough. You got it fixed? Okay. Maybe he likes that name, Bruck. All right. All right, so we got a motion and a second on item 8F, which is the appointments to the various boards and commissions that had vacancies. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those say nay. Carried. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Member Brindle, why don't you read the first two?
All right.
The first three, and then we'll just go in threes across the board.
All right. To the Arts Center, to the Arts and Culture Commission, we are appointing Ann Miller. to the Board of Appeal and Equalization. We are appointing two people who are fulfilling positions that expire in February of 2015, Scott Smith and Alex Schlittger.
To the Community Health Commission, we are appointing Virginia Ginny Ogle and Michael Sackett. Oh, and to the Construction Board of Appeals, appointing Doug Hall.
All right. Member Swenson.
To Energy and Environment Commission, we are appointing Louise Waddick and Bill Glahn. And to the Heritage Preservation Board, we are appointing Bruce McClellan.
It's kind of like Founders Day again.
All right. Member Sprague.
Human Rights and Relation Commission, Ellen Kennedy, Tiffany Sanders, and Derek Carter. Park Board, Thomas Downing, Gerard Green, and Brenda McCormick.
All right. Planning Commission, Susan Lee, who will, is that the Jeff Carpenter position expiring 2/1/15, and then Joanne Olson, Transportation Commission, Larry Olson, filling out the, whose term is he filling out?
Nathan Franzen.
Oh, Nathan Franzen, thank you, expiring 2/1/16. And then a reappointment to the Transportation Commission of Don Spanicky as well. So, great candidates, wonderful to get everybody working. And thanks to all my fellow council members. Enjoyed the time together and the pizza afterwards.
And I'd like to thank Deb Mangan for organizing us, keeping us on task, entertaining our interviewees as they would wait for us, and feeding us.
Yeah.
And she was a great mom.
Never once joined us in a meal.
And we had 32 candidates for 19 positions, is that?
Yes, we had 32 candidates, 16 men and 16 women.
All right, so we're on to correspondence and petitions. I take it we have no additional information other than what was on the dais this evening. Thick packet involving the Fred, I imagine. And then aviation noise update. Member Bennett, anything there? I've got a question for you when you after you get done with any update you have.
Well, several things. We have a person in the audience who may have been at the state capitol this evening. Ms. Groats, were you at the state capitol hearing? Okay. There was a legislative hearing this evening. We'll look for the results of that. 3 bills have been proposed. Chief authors are Minneapolis representatives, and one deals with the composition and purpose of the Citizens Advisory Group. One deals with joint airport planning and asks that Rochester, St. Cloud, and MSP collaborate in airport planning. And the third asks for environmental review of all changes, including any future implementation of RNAV. So those 3 were part of the discussion this evening. In addition, do we have materials for? Okay, there is a. Yes, I do. I have. Okay. The big news, of course, is that the FAA, the FAA did issue its decision right after our last meeting, and the mayor was good enough to get that to ask and get it released to us that very morning. It is a partial implementation, but not of the type that was discussed in 2012. The navigational technique will be implemented system-wide. It will be used for flight arrivals, not flight departures. And what's been explained to us in the past is that arrivals are already in tracks because they are aimed at the airport. There's not as much divergence from the path that they're supposed to be flying. So what this means for our community is, if anything, positive change, because it will allow the planes to come in on a glide, as it were, and not to keep adjusting the engines or firing up the engines to drop a level, then
Plateau.
throttle up, drop down again, throttle up. So this glide in, if anything, should improve what our residents hear and experience. And it'll also allow them to come in at higher altitudes. This has been explained to us, so this should also be a benefit. We anticipate that because it's a national endeavor to implement RNAV, we anticipate that it will come back sooner rather than later, probably at least a year, but we don't count on anything. And this resolution that you see on the screen is one that will be taken up at a special meeting of the Noise Oversight Committee this Thursday afternoon at 2:30 at the regular location. So different day, different time, 2:30 Thursday, but same location at the MAC offices. And this has been worked out by the community members of the NOC, which include the at-large cities as well as the seeded cities. I'm not going to go through the whereases because it is the therefores, the therefore that's got the really important language. And the important paragraph is number 3, which states, prior to the commencement of any future RNAV SID design, that would be departure, and implementation efforts at MSP, the FAA must present to the NOC and the MAC a case study of the successful implementation at RNAV at an airport with similar challenges to those existing at MSP, which includes the airport's location adjacent to densely populated residential areas. The case study should detail how the FAA's proposed design and implementation plan for MSP builds on the proven successes at the other similarly situated airport. And this, again, is a resolution that will be considered by the NOC at this special meeting at 2:30 on Thursday, and it's open. The meetings, as always, are open to all.
One of the questions that came up was, with regard to this FAA resolution, was timing of implementation. And in speaking with Director Hamill about it, he expected that the RNAV implementation portion of it on the inbound movements it would probably be at least a year before we see implementation of it on an inbound basis. And then, as Member Bennett points out, it'll be at least a year, 2 or 3, before I think we see some discussion again about RNAV on an outbound basis.
Do people have any comments for me on this proposed resolution that they would like me to carry with me on Thursday?
No, but I think the one comment that I was thinking about is that we still need to feel good about what the MAC did to back up a delay in the decision for us. And I think that held out in the FAA decision. So I'm still appreciative of the work that the MAC did last fall.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very
Is it
good
possible
sentiment.
to prepare a resolution of support or thank you to the MAC for their advocacy? I mean, from the council?
Great idea.
Also a very good idea.
Maybe
we take
can-
that up at our next meeting, or should
Yeah.
formally adopt that at
Yes.
next meeting?
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
we'll get that ready.
Very good talk.
The only other thing, Your Honor, that I would add to Councilmember Bennett's description of the advantages to the inbound RNAV stars, right, or
Yes.
SIDS.
No, stars, I think, is arrival and SIDS is departure.
So this would be the SIDS piece. Is that?
Yes, SIDS is departure, stars is arrival. Yep.
So stars is arrival.
Right.
Yeah.
So the advantage, the other advantage that to the stars, to implementing stars and that glide-in strategy is that it has a very large impact on reduction on emissions that inbound aircraft leave in the Twin Cities.
I think they said it was a 90% emission reduction.
The biggest
It's
emission
extraordinary.
reduction of anything they've ever done at MSP.
Which, of course, is related to fuel savings,
Yes.
which is cost savings, but also a very good environmental benefit. Just so we understand the terminology, it's standard instrument departures, SIDS, and standard terminal arrival routes, STARS. But thank you. Thank you for the comments, and thank you, Members Swenson and Sprague, for your recommendation of the resolution. Great idea.
All right, Member Bennett, I know you look at some of the data from time to time. I got a call today from a former military jet aircraft pilot who is an executive with a medical device company, lives out in Indian Hills. And he tells me that when he looks at the MAC data, that over half the outbound flights now are coming off of 30 left. And the folks in Indian Hills are really quite upset about the level of aircraft noise they're having to put up with. And that was the first I'd heard of that from, other than his wife, who had also called me, about the level of activity off 30 left. And so I'm wondering if you've seen some of that same data. I think he said 45% of the departures between January 15th and February 15th were off of 30 left, which takes them right over Indian Hills.
Well, especially when they're doing that, if they're making that turning movement to turn south or turn back east. We saw a higher percentage this summer. It was explained as winds. There was altitude related to humidity. There was, I think, a shifting in the fall. It sounds like there's a shifting going back again. We have, Manager Neal has sent a formal request for remote monitoring towers to the MAC, or to the NOC. That's the body that would make a recommendation on it. And depending on the outcome of that request or the response to that request, we would have the potential of implementing our own equipment. I think we need to have some kind of measurement, because I think even though it doesn't go to mitigation, it's only the DNL, the contours that determine who gets mitigated. I don't think that people in the community are asking for that. What I think they're asking for is an accurate understanding of what's going on. And we can see the flight density on the MacNoise website, on the NOC website. So macnoise.com, these monthly operations reports will show a month after, week by week by week, the density. And we covered that at a previous meeting, how there's now a color so it's not this picture that they used to depict the entire month and it would just be a blur of red or green. You couldn't really tell relative density. Now you can tell where the flights are going and the relative density week by week by week. That still even the measurement of noise isn't going to go to alleviating your caller's concerns, but it does go to giving us a baseline for future changes. It gives us a comparison to what our residents are experiencing week to week, month to month, and it gives us a comparison for our neighboring communities where there's a flight that's maybe tracking over 62, then it's taking that turn south. What is it measuring at the RMTs that are located at Minneapolis and Richfield, north and south of 62, and what is it measuring as it comes in along Cornelia Lakes and Ponds and then takes that turn? And so I think our reasons for requesting that measurement, I think, are really sound. Again, we're looking for that response, but I think that whatever the response is, we should move ahead with obtaining some form of measurement in our community.
All right, good, thank you. Manager Neal, anything else?
That's all I've got, thank you.
And there are some meetings at the National League of Cities, I think, with the noise group as well. Some of us will be attending that, or some of you will.
We are.
What day is that?
Sunday.
Sunday?
9 to 3.
Noise.
Yeah.
Another acronym. Go ahead.
Well, no, and I don't think I have that sheet in front of me, but and also the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee is meeting that afternoon. From the materials I've seen so far, I think the focus is largely freight rail.
Okay. All right. Council comments. Member Sprague.
I'm up, huh? I have a trivia question. How many state titles have the Edina Hornets won in hockey? Anybody know?
11.
10.
I actually don't know the answer.
I knew it on phone.
I can tell you that
I'm getting conflicting reports from the
Might be
internet.
less than that. It might be.
I heard that they're seeking their 9th title. They are in the state championship Thursday, 6 o'clock against Stillwater. And next council meeting, we'll get the exact figure. But
It's on the school district website. I looked at it for Founders
seeking
Day.
9th title, it may be wrong. Anyway, congratulations to those hardworking kids. I mean, you start out in termites with 400 or 500 kids, and you end up to be one of a handful left. I mean,
Yeah.
they are amazing. They're just amazing athletes. So congratulations. All right. So I just wanted to commend our Communications and Technology Services Department on this great piece I saw in the last Sun Current. It addresses something that we have brought to forward for discussion before about being more intentional about our own communications through the Sun Current to our residents. And I just thought this was a great piece. On the back of this, there's a calendar. It's kind of like a mini About Town. And the quality is just so high, and it's very informative, that kitchen table journalism we've talked about before. And I just wanted to say thank you to the Communications Department. This is an excellent piece of work. Other than that, looking forward to the National League of Cities Conference in D.C., and I want to thank the Edina community for allowing me this opportunity to attend on your behalf. We will be meeting with some elected officials in D.C. I'll be going to a breakout session on Sunday morning on downtown redevelopment, and then coming over to your noise organization meetings. They're somewhere in the same building. And then on Monday and Tuesday, there are continuing workshops on a variety of topics that we can check out. So, are you going, Mayor?
I'll be coming in on, I think, Sunday or Monday.
Sunday or Monday. So I have the room to myself Saturday night, huh?
You do.
Wow. Anyway, just thank you to the council and to the community for this opportunity. It's going to be...
You better have gotten a room with 2 queen beds. So.
I'll take a sleeping bag on the floor. I'm fine. I defer to my my senior leader. So that's all I got.
We got an email from Arlene Forrest. Have you had a chance to see it, Manager Neal? She's requesting an ordinance change for something that she's been working on for senior transportation. She's working with a group called ITN. It's a model for providing transportation to seniors where they sign up ahead of time, they pay into a pot, and it has volunteer drivers. But one of the issues is that there's a concern that their service might fall under a municipal taxi cab ordinance, which apparently we have. So I will forward this to you.
Okay.
Could you forward it to Roger, please, so he can
Yes.
review it?
Yep.
She's really worked really hard to go through this organization to make sure it's the right one and to find a way to give seniors more rides, and I think it sounds like a pretty valid idea. My other comment is that our golf operations are moving towards more kid-friendly because the Golf Dome gave their first birthday party, which maybe they'll be advertising now because it was a success. I talked to Joe today. Unbeknownst to me, my daughter booked a 10-year-old's birthday party where a pro helped a group of young men do target practice and hula hoops and putting, etc. And it was great. They were well behaved, luckily, and they think this is a wonderful opportunity to encourage golf and bring in extra dollars to the Golf Dome. So I thank Joe, asked his permission to give him a plug, and so that's it. And that's all I have.
All right, good. Thank you. Member Bennett.
Just one thing, it's National Organization something Sound Controlled Environment, and that's off the top of my head.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
Okay. Couple things.
You can make up your own acronym or whatever you want to do.
Oh, well, thank you. This morning, together with my Rotary Club, Edina Morningside Rotary, and member Sprague as a visiting Rotarian, we went to the new Veep location in Bloomington. It is an impressive facility. They've done a wonderful job of getting in there. It's the furniture came, they didn't buy any furniture. It came from a couple of different companies. Oppenheimer, Wolf, and Donnelly donated some of the furniture, and Western Life Insurance. So it's, if you're a person who is struggling, it's a place that will lift you up. It's pretty nice. So it really is. Congratulations to Veep. There's lots of volunteer opportunities for people. It's and a staff that is is great. And they're working seamlessly with Hennepin County to administer to the needs of the people who come in for help. Friday morning, I attended the Connecting with Kids Leadership Breakfast. As is the case, there are some amazing things that go on in our community with some amazing people. So congratulations to Chris Marshall, who chairs Connecting with Kids. She's the executive director. And thanks to, they honored Heather Anderson and thanked her for her service. And I really have to give a shout out to Heather, because she's the one who really took what began as Connecting with Kids and put a lot of form and function and community involvement into it. So it was great. And then, I believe today was the funeral of Donald Brower. And in doing my work to get ready for this golf discussion, I realized that he designed Braemar Golf Course. He designed the Braemar 9 and the Castle 9 and the Clooney 9. So he was a planner. And so here I'm looking at this, designed by Donald G. Brower. And then the next one, designed by Donald G. Brower. So I went and looked up his obituary, and he is Donald George Brower, and he was an environmental planner. So I thought that was worth calling out, because he evidently was very important to our community, and we're far enough removed with a 50-year-old golf course that we did not realize that. So. But that's what I have.
Thank you. I also attended the Connecting with Kids matter, and it was a great morning. Ben Lieber was the main speaker, but there was a young woman that came up, 16 years old, that was just phenomenal, who has the notion of inventing or creating a water sterilizing device that also will eliminate excessive fluoride. And she wants to make that a product that can be sold at a very reasonable cost in developing countries, and it was a pretty remarkable presentation. And I wish I could remember her name. So, anyway, that's it for me. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of quick things. I did connect with the two gentlemen from the Save the Fred group before they left, who made the presentation to us. Asked them if they would care to meet sometime between now and our next council meeting. So we're going to set that up, and we'll take a look at the kind of the guts of their modeling and see how it compares to ours. I did follow up with our group from Dorsey that's leading the lobbying effort for the Southdale TIF bill extension. A bill has been prepared. Will be introduced on Thursday morning. Representative Earhart will carry it in the House, and Senator Franzen will carry it in the Senate. It doesn't have a number yet, but when it gets introduced on Thursday, it will, and then we'll share that with you, and also the content of the bill as well. It's pretty short, and we'll get that out to you just as soon as we get our hands on it here.
You're making me think of another important bill that advanced out of House Committee. It's going to the floor, and that's the bill allowing mayors to marry people.
It's a very important bill.
You're just cutting into my home income with that. How do you think I'm getting to Mexico on Saturday? All those weddings my husband, the judge, does.
We might want to extend that to all elected officials.
Yeah, and notary publics.
Notary publics.
I sense a cottage industry developing.
All right. We got a little work.
We have some more work.
We got some more work to do. All right. If nothing further for the council, we'll adjourn the council meeting and reconvene as the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. City council meeting adjourned. Calling to order the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Brindle.
She's here.
Here.
Commissioner Sprague.
Here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Hovland.
Here. First order is approval of the meeting agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and second to approve the form of meeting agenda for the HRA. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Minutes approval. HRA meeting of February 18th.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, and enthusiastic at that, I might add. Discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And then the essence of the HRA meeting this evening, the engineering services, construction materials testing services for the France Avenue improvements. Our Director of Engineering has that matter, Chad Milner.
Yeah, using the federal grants and also the state aid requirements, there's certain requirements that all the materials that enter that project have to be tested under, and this proposal is to meet all those requirements by Braun Intertech.
All right, so you are requesting the council authorize the city manager to approve the proposal that you put in front of us for construction materials testing services for the France Avenue improvements using Braun Intertech?
Correct.
All right. Any questions for
Is
Director
this
Milner?
standard, this cost that we pay, it's a
Yeah.
standard cost?
Yep.
I'd move this.
All right, got a motion, got a second?
Second.
And discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. HRA is adjourned.